Welcome back to the grim darkness of the 41st Millennium. I'm Inquisitor Temperance Pryce, keeper of the Inquisition's Black Library, and this is the second volume in a report on the Valentyne Heresy, an actual play podcast set in the Genesys Adaptation of Warhammer 40k's Dark Heresy RPG. This report features Game Master Ryan LaPlante and players Tom McGee, Laura Elizabeth, Tyler Hewitt, and Del Borovic. My report shows that Inquisitor Valentyne achieved his mission to kill Glasgow Vicodin and took over the strategic network of Inquisitor Barthus Billingburg alongside Attikus. Having identified a threat across the galaxy, they have been forced to dispatch a new team to deal with the problem. Can this Inquisitorial Strike Force stop the machinations of Fabius Bile? Find out next in this episode of the Valentyne Heresy.
From a stolen recording of Fabius Bile. The day will come, my dear, when your children's children stride the galactic rim as the kings and queens of all they survey. But first we must teach them how to survive until that moment. In your generation, there were 500. Of them, I kept only you and your closest siblings. The rest are scattered across the galaxy, burrowing into the flesh of a dying empire, so that they may best guide it to its well-deserved and long-overdue grave. They and their children carry my teachings into the dark, generation upon generation, their strength breeding true. As mankind dies, so it nurtures its own replacement, all unknowing. The four of you are resting inside hypnocasks on your journey to your next mission. Hypnocasks are the 40k equivalent of like a stasis chamber that can implant new information matrix style into your brain in uncomfortable, painful, and occasionally subtly damaging ways. However, to catch people up on new and important information, especially if that information is worth the risk of mild brain damage, hypnocasks are a very useful tool. The lesson you are all being imparted upon is how to study an imperial world, how to break it down and figure out the pieces that you need to identify to hunt for the things that you're looking for within it, to find your targets and to find other necessary lessons. It is using a metaphor, which is there are 5 gems in the crown of any imperial world. The first is the Adeptus Administratum. The second is the Planetary Defense Force. The third is the Adeptus Ministorum, or the Ecclesiarchy. The fourth is the Adeptus Mechanicus. And the fifth is the Adeptus Mercantile. These are the 5 organizations that bring life to an imperial world, and the ones that are the most easily infiltrated or broken down from within should you be looking for infiltration. Until a massive interrupt appears inside your minds in flashing red lights, and you receive an update on the mission upon which you are being sent. It opens a redacted file, which all of you experience almost as a film kind of clockwork orange being blasted into your minds about Fabius Bile and the threat of Homo Novus. For the first several minutes, you hear the words, Fabius Bile is, and then the words redacted, 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 which stings a little bit every time it enters into your mind. Occasional words that take you back to the era of the Horus Heresy, all of which you would know a little bit about solely due to the betrayers of humanity. You wouldn't be able to contextualize it necessarily, but you would hear the year 30,000, the March on Terra, all of these words appearing between those jarring screeches of the word redacted inside your minds until the information begins to grow wider. And you learn that Fabius Bile is the redacted of the Redacted Legion, declared heretic extremis diabolus, someone to be destroyed on sight, a former space marine who has started a new plan for a new galaxy, for a new humanity, all of which is designed to be built on the corpse of the Imperium that has been created today. The deadliest threat he has created are known colloquially as the New Men, though they are of both genders, technically deemed Homo Novus. genetically enhanced, sociopathic, chaos-driven killing machines who are designed to abandon the gods, abandon hope, kill the emperor, but be so hardy and such apex predators of the galaxy that they can spread humanity beyond this dying age of the fall of chaos, the splitting of the galaxy, the return of the Primarchs, and build a new stage on the corpse of the old. However, Homo Novus is not just a threat within the Eye of Terror where Bile travels throughout the galaxy. Homo Novus is more insidious than the majority of chaos threats. Individual members of Bile's new men have been inserted into Imperial society. No one knows how often, no one knows how many, and no one knows where. But the one thing that is assured is they will be rising to the top of wherever they appear, and they will be claiming those worlds and perverting the Imperium's machinations towards their own destructive, evil, chaos-tainted ends. As this lesson wraps up, the first hypnocast to open is that of Del. I will let you introduce your character as you step out of the cask, so you can give us an idea of just name, background, a little bit of that.
Okay. My character, her name is Sister Olean Mina, and she was a member of the Adeptus Sororitas, the Order of the Holy Word, which means that she was a paper pusher. She did a lot of book work, stuff like that. But she also likes fighting, but she did not get picked to be a battle sister. She went to an order that was non-militant. Should I describe what she looks like?
No, we'll come back to that. That was all I needed just to give people a little bit of flavor. So the hypnocask opens, cracks open from within, and you go from ice cold to burning hot. It's just flashes of hot water kind of spray over you in a very crude technological attempt to warm you as you exit what would otherwise be a deeply frozen slumber. You stagger out. There is the lexicanum of your ship, whose name is Attikus Flint, who is a hunched elderly man with a couple of augmetic implants, more just to help him function than not, awaiting with a towel that he offers you from his kind of hunched robes. He has two bionic eyes that zoom in intensely. They actually zoom out of his skull as he makes sure that no part of your body is injured, about 6 inches to almost like he would be examining a fine gem. However, he's just making sure you're not burnt or anything. He's not like a weird pervert. And there's a servitor, a medical servitor as well, running tests. And your clothes are there so you can kind of dress yourself. And Attikus doesn't even say anything. He just gives you a nod and leaves. He doesn't do medical stuff. He's aware that you are the medical member of this team. So he leaves you to deal with the other casks. The next one to open is that of Nero Abagnale, if I said that right.
You did indeed.
So that cask has the same thing. Nero, you're sprayed with kind of hot water to get rid of the flush of the cold goo that had been inside you. And Sister Olean Mira comes over to help you. And for the first time, you see each other, so you can describe your appearances to each other.
Well, she would definitely wait first and towel off and then put clothes on before going over to the next one. But so
I would say you've all like had to share like a locker room, so there's no like sexualization to anyone's nudity coming out of these casks. It's very functional gym locker room-ish,
which is good because Nero definitely does not rush to get dressed. As the water hoses him down, he sort of sits up and runs hands back through his kind of like goo slicked hair, and he's got one of those kind of brands of handsome where even like covered in goo, running his hands back through his hair, like he just looks majestic somehow, in a way that he's unaware of, but that is just kind of a weird, effortless mistake. And I'll just like spit a mouthful of goo off the side of my hypnocask, and just kind of sit there with my head in my hands, just kind of muttering to myself as the hoses hit me. And like if Attikus comes back, just kind of like taking the towel and dumping it on the floor next to me and just like having a real think as I kind of mutter into my hands.
Well, Mina will pick up the towel and basically walk it back over to you and sort of like push it into your face and be like, "Come on, sir. We have plenty of work to get done."
And I'll take it almost as though it's the first time I've been aware that it's there. And I'll just kind of like give you a very frank look. Just say, well, thank you. Thank you very much. That's very kind of you. Thanks. Appreciate that. Appreciate you a lot. Thanks. And I'll just like actually like mop up a bit and suddenly kind of like start to realize kind of like, oh, I'm naked in goo. I'll I
the
think
servitor will trundle over and have your clothes and gear kind of in hand.
And
the ship is prepared. This is new. It's like formal ceremony, not so much, but quick delivery, yes.
Yeah, I'll give the servitor like kind of a questioning look, and then I'll lean over to you, Del, and say, "Hey, do we trust this guy?"
She looks over and then back, and she's like, "Of course, our requisitioned Imperium soldiers are, of course, going to be trustworthy for us. And if they act otherwise, then there's only one thing for us to do. But until then, please continue getting ready. Obviously, there are plenty of things wrong right now."
All right. Yeah. No, that makes sense. That's good. I appreciate you adding that extra part about, if things don't go well, that's a huge weight off my mind. I'll put some pants on. Thank you. You've been a huge help. Sister.
You needn't have any worry. I will protect you as I always have. And then she moves on to the next bed.
So this room, the hypnocask chamber, has 20 hypnocasks, 2 lines of 10 on either side of the room with a grate in the middle and a bench upon which people can sit or prepare themselves after they're sprayed clean of their various goos. The servitor is almost entirely robotic. From head to toe, you're looking at crude piston legs, arms that are little more than the lifter suit that Ripley wears at the end of Alien. It's those kind of arms just holding a tray with clothing on it. And the face is a human face stapled onto a metallic square skull with a speaker for the mouth inside where the lips have been sewn to it, and just 2 glowing red eyes. As it goes to claim the next set of clothing to bring over on a tray, it just goes, all you hear is, it's binary because you've all heard the Adeptus Mechanicus talk before, but it is completely unintelligible to human ears. 2 more casks open, revealing the last 2 members of this inquisitorial band. Seth and Piper, how do you react to all of this? Kind of, you're getting flashed with the red heat. You've had 1,000 redacted facts shoved into your brain, which is negative space intellectually. And you're coming out of a strong physical discomfort.
Seth evacuates an empty stomach, just bile kind of coming up and out, and we'll just say, "Ugh, Emperor's balls! What the hell was that?" And he'll slip in his own bile and fall on his ass.
So, what does he look like? If we were to pick our like celebrity comparisons kind of thing,
he looks like a mix between Michael Bain and Richard Brake, both like right now, not like classic looks for either one of them. Richard Brake might be a bit of a deep cut, but if you think back to Batman Begins, he's Joe Chill. He's that guy who's in the courtroom scene and he gets shot shortly after. So he's got like very kind of like severe features, sharp cheekbones, that kind of thing, very gaunt looking. And he has bionic eyes that have been more kind of crudely than sophisticatedly put into his skull. So he has no eyelids. The skin is just puckered around these kind of 2 large black curved lenses where his eyes should be. So it kind of looks like he's constantly surprised or angry because of the puckering. It looks like eyebrows, but it's not. It's just where the lenses end and his skull begins.
Piper, your cask is opened. Seth has just said Emperor's balls. What was that? You were the first to respond as you step out of your cask.
Mm-hmm. I think all she does is kind of like give a little, like kind of shake herself off and kind of like look around and it's just like, that was disturbingly like home. Oh, well. Hello.
Hello and good morning. And Olean will go to the servitor, get more of the towels, give one to Seth, give one to Piper, and start cleaning up the vomit with one.
Yes, get that, will you? And he'll just like rise up and like try to towel off. And like, where are my things?
You just see the servitor spin around, roll over, pick up a tray, roll back. And for Seth, it just dumps it on the floor. Like it doesn't offer it to him because he's still kind of low. So it just drops the tray for him and then turns around and rolls back to get Piper.
And I'll come up toweling off my hair and just be like, oh, hey, you're looking for your stuff, right? Yeah, I think I found it. I think it's that pile right there. There you go, champ. And I'll just slap him on the back and keep walking.
It's a bit of a like a little bit more bile comes out with the slap on the back, wipes it off with the back of his hand. Not appreciative of the servitor or the pat on the back at all, really surly, and he just kind of starts to scoop up his things.
The cask closest to where the servitor is collecting gear, one that seems to be almost smaller and somewhat cheaper, as though it had been bolted into this facility at the last moment, opens as well, and another figure staggers out. Instead of vomiting, you get the same feelings and the same physical reaction that you would expect from that, only you're seeing bile come out of this character's nose. You recognize this as Warden, a heavily cybernetically enhanced man with a metallic torso that his arms are coming off of, to the point where his torso to his kind of stomach down to his thighs has all been replaced with some kind of advanced, not super advanced, but quite effective and high quality augmetic, which also rises up covering his neck. And there is a visor, like a mouthpiece, bolted over his mouth. So he cannot speak. It is built into his skull. Unlike the rest of you, he staggers to his feet almost immediately, cleans himself off, and is showing a great deal of modesty, strapping himself into a high-collared black coat, a la Neo in the Matrix style coat, arming himself with gear. And you see him take out a hell pistol off of the tray, and it has the trailing cord that you would expect normally plugs into a backpack. You're all used to this, even though it's a little bit unsettling. He takes that cord and plugs it in under his armpit into his own torso and his weapon powers. At that point, he steps behind Piper and just stands there watching her. You've all had to deal with Warden before. He's been a constant part of your party since Piper appeared. Warden is as Warden is named. Warden's purpose is to protect Piper from outside threats, as Piper is an astropath. And should Piper absorb a demon or begin doing anything heretical, Warden's purpose is to shoot Piper in the head. A warden of everyone else and a warden of her. You all strap into your gear. You're getting yourselves into kind of what your regular day-to-day kind of combat-y, you're all Inquisitor people, gear is, and find yourself standing there. What does everybody look like now that you're dressed? How do you normally dress? What are your chosen
I actually didn't
weapons?
describe myself, I realized.
No. Let's do that too.
Yeah.
And I think I'd love Sister Mina. We didn't get a ton of physical appearance on, so.
So yeah, Piper is like in her 40s. So she's a woman. She's like pretty short, like kind of like 5 feet tall, and is kind of like is super pale. It just has a very soft look about her. Like she probably hasn't done a lot of movement in general much of her life. She has like basically like frosted white eyes, and kind of like a gray blonde hair that like sweeps back, kind of a shortcut. She also has a bionic leg, and she wears like a black carapace chest plate all the time, and it kind of has a feeling of like if you know the Nightingale armor from Skyrim at all. It's just kind of like black and kind of nicely fitted and a little bit regal looking.
Okay.
So that's her vibe.
Nice.
That's Piper.
Yeah, and Warden over her shoulder, blonde, slick back hair. Think a little bit John Hamm and Baby Driver-ish, but the spooky 40K version of that, with a sword at his hip and the hell pistol almost constantly in his hand.
In his hand? Damn.
Oh, he's a looming, threatening presence. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Right on. Seth, after scooping his gear up and kind of putting on his pants and his boots and all that stuff, he's basically got ceramite armor. Let me make sure I've got that right. I believe I do. No, Enforcer Light Carapace, but he has plates kind of inserted over like the breasts as well. The two like plates inserted over it, so it's fairly like standard issue, but a little like nicer standard issue. Like it doesn't look like it's seen much combat. And over that, he wears a what was clearly once a very nice coat, like way above kind of like any soldier's station. It's honestly, it's not dissimilar to that big fucking coat that Vin Diesel wore in Triple X for like 40% of that movie.
Nice.
It's just a coat that's big enough that it can fit actually over his armor. So it kind of gives him the illusion of having like a somewhat intimidating frame. He's not physically intimidating. And he wears the coat kind of open so that a bit of the armor plating is showing. Yeah.
So then Olean is the facial features I was thinking is that kind of severe, like Michelle Rodriguez from Resident Evil, but she's overall just like a bigger lady. She's very solid looking. She's 5'10", but she's only 24. Wow. And she has red hair, but halfway down it's white because the sisters like bleach their hair white for religious reasons, but because she's been hanging out with you guys, she hasn't been able to do that. So she has like uber roots. And when she puts on her clothes, she has like pristine white and gold everything. So she's got a long dress that covers everything. She has a big chest plate, a carapace chest plate that is all gold and silver and inlaid. And she has just like inquisitorial and ecclesiarchy symbols all over it. So she's got like things hanging off, and she's got a belt with all of like her bling and everything. So she looks very like, you look at her and she looks like an Inquisition sister, basically.
Right on.
Sister.
Nice.
So for Nero, think Leonardo DiCaprio in Django. So whether it's from the meme or elsewhere, but like that little mustache, the little beard, the kind of like longer blonde hair that is equally messy and somehow kempt at all times. But more importantly, that Leo, if he kind of hadn't slept in a while, rings under his eyes. Nero kind of almost constantly has a bit of an incredulous squint going on, a la Leo in Inception, where there's just always a little bit of a sense of like, he's clearly trying to suss things out at all times. He's wearing a long coat, think Star-Lord's longer jacket, but if it was in a dark gray, so very, very much not trying to stand out. You can tell from the cut, it's actually like a very, it almost has the inverse to Seth's outfit, in that this was clearly a very nice coat that has been dulled. Very fine. There's embroidery and stuff that has clearly just been dyed a dark gray. Perhaps most notably, he's got a bolter slung over his shoulder, loose enough that if he had to, he could just swing it around and pray and spray, which with a bolter is never a great situation if you're on the other end of it. For all of his kind of caginess, there was no doubt what message that gun is meant to send. So he'll like pull on gloves and just be kind of eyeing everyone, and also the hypnocasks with great interest.
The hypnocask room attaches to a briefing room within the ship that you were in. Your ship is known as the Emperor's Hand, is the name of the ship. You've been with this ship for a while. It is the first inquisitorial ship that you have all been engaged with. It has gone under a variety of different identities from the outside. It can appear to be a freighter. It can appear to be a warship or an escort ship. There are pieces that can kind of be taken off and put into the hold. There is a small crew of servers that can do that on land as required to allow yourselves to kind of insert into any other portion of society you would need under various covers. As you tromp through the room, You're all tired, as though you had just left a war zone, because in fact, for you, you have. You, as a team of 4, have carried out 4 major missions for the Inquisitor Barthus Billingburg. And the moment a mission ends, you go back into the hypnocasks. So for you, the months or weeks of travel between worlds don't exist. You've gone from mission to mission to mission to mission to here. You don't know where you're going in between. You're fed the information that will be the most useful or viable to you in the hypnocasks. And then you have however long your mission and your objectives take. There are 4 members of this team, and you have done 4 missions. I would love to hear from each of you about one mission where you played a critical role in achieving the team's overall goals.
Seth was a key component in a mission to basically infiltrate and dismantle a cult, wherein he basically impersonated a cultist and actually rose up through the ranks that he could get close to the cult leader, report on him to the rest of his team, and basically organized a jointly executed assassination on him. And thus the cult was quickly wiped out after losing any kind of hierarchy.
Great. So they would have been the cavalry to Seth's infiltration of this, but all 4 of you closely interlinked through all of these missions.
Yeah.
For Nero, he actually led an operation on his home planet, which is he was remarkably on side with, but as an up and coming person trying to still earn his stripes in the Inquisition, he was thrilled to get to run this op. But basically, it involved a cavil of highly ambitious, ruthless children of imperial bureaucrats, and not quite Lords of Terra, but in the ballpark. So high-ranking government officials back on the planet Traven, and essentially revisiting his old prep school that he's graduated from some time ago in Operation Ventus Jump Avenue, where he returned to his preparatory school, seemingly as a speaker of some note. He managed to kind of get the rest of you in as here are other options for you, and here's the kind of people you can use, but secretly knowing that his mission was to take these young students hostage and kind of help Billingburg and the Inquisition to negotiate in big air quotes with these nobles. However, the operation was a resounding success, and despite having to cause a lot of chaos and damage to his home planet in the prestigious academy that he himself graduated from, he was left feeling a little off, and he's been you found that despite kind of the bravado he went in with, he hasn't seemed quite right since. And as Ryan pointed out, we're tired because we've been going kind of combat to combat to combat, but there seems to be an extra layer on Nero of fatigue, and the confidence that you're kind of used to has become cagier and cagier with each successive mission. I feel like with the cult mission, he was much less than useful. Theoretically, he should have been infiltrating with you, but he wasn't quite there. So he kind of ended up taking a back seat and not being as effective as you've all kind of come to expect. So yes, that was his big claim to fame, was he beat up a bunch of his friends' kids and destroyed his planet's reputation in the eyes of the Imperium. But at what cost? At what cost?
How old is Nero?
Nero, I think, is in his late 20s. So he's well on the fast track to becoming a full-fledged Inquisitor, but is still kind of out here doing these missions, and very much one of those, again, take the prep school thing one step further, very much one of those people you would assume is on track to Supreme Court eventually, where it's just keep doing your job and eventually you'll get the golden cookie because that's where you're from. So yeah, there's no I gotta prove myself. It's just oh yeah, I gotta do a good job, because when I'm made Inquisitor, they're going to want to be able to look back and look at all the cool things I did, and that we all did, but that I did. So we got to make sure we're doing those. We got to do a good job.
Okay. I think I have one. So Olean helped in one of their missions where they went investigating, thinking that there was some kind of like underground like murderer going on that they had to investigate that was basically killing officials and higher up people, and that they chased down all these leads to figure out what exactly was going on. And it turned out that underneath in the basement of a building that someone had adopted a tyrannid and kept it as a baby, like in a bathroom type thing, that had gone haywire and started tearing up the place. So they had a space alien in the basement in the underground of this city that was running around.
Oh my god.
So then basically what happened was that Olean helped a lot because her weapon is a gigantic power shield and a sword, and she was able to catch it in a hallway and keep it there while everyone else set charges, and then they blew him up and collapsed all the underground and managed to kill it.
It's the alternate ending to season 2 of The Mandalorian, actually, when Grogu just starts ripping people's throats out.
Yeah.
You know, there's no options left.
You can't keep those.
We're going to sell so much merch. Never feed a Tyranid after midnight. Like, this is really a valuable lesson.
Those Tyranids grow up, people. They're not pets.
For the record, I think Nero had a fantastic time on that mission. Like, that's just right up his alley. Fantastic. What a great situation, you know?
So cut and dry.
Absolutely. Great chance to prove ourselves.
It was probably a bummer for Seth because he wanted it to be espionage related or like an actual person.
Yet Seth has not had a good time in a good while. I don't think you've ever seen him smile earnestly.
Yeah, Nero's one disappointment was that he was convinced he figured out who the murderer was, and he was setting up like a full Poirot-style reveal. He had a sitting room ready, and then he got word that it was a Tyranid. He's like, "Oh, I mean, that's a great twist." Quietly folded up like it was the ant, and just like stuffed it
Piece
back.
of paper that says Seth underlined.
Yeah, he always has that one, and then one other suspect. But Seth is always a viable option in his mind.
No one ever expects the toilet stealer, you know?
Yeah.
All right, Piper.
Oh yeah. So we definitely had we're like chasing some like Bush League heretic, right? Like small, should have been like something like
a hedge heretic.
Like a hedge heretic, exactly. And we just like got bad intel and we got ambushed. So, but the nice thing about Piper is that like, we're in our, this is literally like space ambush. Okay. And the nice thing is that like, I can just like, if I really, really want to, I can implant images and various words in the minds of people even within orbital range. So took a lot of effort, but I managed to convince the captains of the 3 heretic ships, as much as there can be captains of heretics, that essentially they were each other's enemies and they were all betraying each other and were all siding with us, and got them to essentially destroy each other. And
amazing. Nice.
So fuck yeah. Which is really fun for me because I was stuck on a relay station for so long and like didn't get to do like jack shit.
So this is the history of your party leading up to this adventure. You all have specialties that you are all aware of. Seth is a master of everything scummy. He knows the dark, he knows the dirt, he knows shitty people, and he knows how to manipulate his way around the world. Piper is a font of enthusiasm and a sanctioned astropath. She's in her late 30s, early 40s? Laura,
early
where do you
40s.
think the age would fall? Early 40s?
I think Ashley Jensen.
Without the wear and tear that you would expect on an astropath of that. She has the energy you would expect to see from like an 18 to 22-year-old astropath where they still believe in the bright future and have not yet been worn down by being essentially one of those pressurized tubes of the Imperial messaging system. And Warden is alongside her, and she actually seems all right with Warden. Warden's clearly younger, probably about a decade younger and a fair bit harder looking. Probably not her first warden, and if things go well, possibly not her last. But Warden has been a silent force. Warden follows Piper around on the missions and will help the rest of the team in combat situations, but tends not, like, it takes a lot to convince Warden that he needs to go on a combat mission if Piper is not there. He's much more comfortable bodyguarding Piper.
Actually, why he hasn't been a suspect in many cases of mine, because normally the butler did it. So this has always been a theory of Nero's, but if he's not there, it's very hard.
Perfect. Sister Mina is your close-up bruiser. Sister Mina is the unstoppable object that has stopped many unstoppable forces. There's just no way to get past her storm shield weapon combos. Very nasty up close. And then there's Nero, the interrogator, who is the highest ranking of any of you, the one on the path to become an Inquisitor, and maybe not the most stable, as Tom has made clear. However, you're all ready to carry him across the finish line as necessary, or let him lead you on the good days. You enter the briefing room. There are 4 tables around, or 4 chairs around. Well, I mean, it'd be weird if you had your own table. 4 chairs around a circular central table, at the center of which there is a holoprojector. And standing at a lectern at the front of it is, well, let me confirm that name, Attikus Flint. Again, this is the lexicanum. So Attikus Flint is an old man who is allergic to the fluid that you have to engage with to be able to use a hypnocask. So Attikus can never enter the hypnocasks. He always is alive on the ship interpreting messages, and he's the one who programs the lessons and the messages that are being sent to you within the casks, which is why you could be learning about how to, figure out how to find things on a world, and randomly a thing comes in that just yells the word Fabius Bile because he got a priority order to deal with that. He is also an analyst. There are going to be times where you might need to study something over a longer term, and you might not be able to do that while on a mission. You can send Attikus a message, and Attikus can look into details or the inquisitorial libraries or other things that might take days that you might not have the time to do. Right now, it is clear this is your standard briefing at the beginning of a mission. So you can all come in and take your seats. He hits a button trying to bring up a holoprojector, and it doesn't work. It sputters twice because everything in the Imperium, even when it's really good, kind of sucks. So he punches the table with his old man hand, and it judders into life. And it shows you the system that you are within. It is the Artis system, which is labeled, which we're going to use a variety of languages that are not English. They will all be representative of what I'm going to call High Gothic. I'm cheating. In 40K, there are 2 languages. There's High Gothic and Low Gothic. High Gothic is spoken by fancy people, and Low Gothic is spoken by everyone else. They've kind of abandoned it in the novels, so I'm just going to say that Low Gothic is what everybody speaks, and High Gothic is when people give me Latin names from Patreon that I can then translate because you would know. So the Artis system is a trade system. There is a lot of value in this. You can see it has 4 worlds and an asteroid belt. You can actually track your own ship, the Emperor's Hand, as it's closing in towards the center. What you're seeing, which is surprising, is all of the worlds of the system are currently aligned. From what you can see, it appears that they are actually as close to in a line as they could possibly be, extending out from the sun. You can all pick up your different slates that you have kind of attached to your seats and see a breakdown of the system itself. So the RT system, every system in the Imperium has its own purposes and its own tithes. And the RT system is founded by Promethium, which is the fuel used by the Imperial Guard tanks. It's used by ship harvesting combines. It's used by farms. It's used by everything except basically ships, because you need some real power, and just you don't run a ship off of diesel fuel. However, the RT system is slowly dying. You can see, based on the reports, of the 4 worlds, the furthest from the sun, known as Escalon, is essentially an abandoned hive world. The population, in the majority of cases, have left. Production has been shut down. There is no space traffic. There's nothing. It's been abandoned. The next world in, known as Geminella, is a slowly dying hive world. It's closing in on the end. Its Promethium reserves have been exhausted. It is currently being strip mined for spare parts. You can see this in your reports, which are a lot more explicit than anything that would be available to the majority of citizens in this system. Within a generation or 2, Geminella will fall to the same fate as Escalon. The next world in towards the sun is Falscher Frieden, which translates the name to false peace. Falscher Frieden is heavily industrialized. It still has strong Prometheum reserves. However, there are only about 10 or so generations left before those Prometheum reserves run out. The ability of the systems put in place there to pump it out are incredible. And it is currently under a Cold War between 3 different guild houses, all trying to maintain control of production. Which leads to the closest planet to the sun, Inanis Umbra, which is the capital world. If you scroll through the history with your fingers, you can actually see each of these worlds has been the capital world at some point. But when the Prometheum runs out, they just shift another world in, terraform it extensively, and then pump it for resources. The system is highly valuable because of the Prometheum that's there. But even on Inanis Umbra, within 30 generations, this whole place will be a barren rock. If they were smarter, they might be looking at ways to get out of the system, but it's clear with the guild controls and battles going on, they're just riding this one to the bottom and trying to have the nicest seat on the Titanic. You are headed for Inanis Umbra, which is the closest to the sun, and is currently the biggest city and kind of only city on Inanis Umbra, is known as the Dominion Omnian Protohive. It is the current capital city, and it is a hive to be. The first layer has been built as the world is being terraformed, a process that's almost complete, and that is where you are headed. At which point, having taken in this information, Attikus coughs gently. Excuse me, all right. It's time for me to tell you what's come through. First, we have a message from the Inquisitor. Which surprises all of you, because none of you have ever received any audio or video message from Barthus Billingburg. You've all been hired in absentia and sent on missions, never having heard from him directly or never having seen him. But this first time for everything, you've all done very well on your missions. Maybe this is a treat. A voice comes on, and a generic green face appears with its mouth opening and closing, but no actual image of the man. You feel like it's that default screen on, the old MSN Messenger. Hello, friends. This is Inquisitor Barthus Billingburg. It's a pleasure to speak with you directly, and it's time for me to relay the mission. We've had more time since you've been in your cask. Surely you know everything about Fabius Bile and all of the redacted. I trust you've got the clearance for it. If you don't, I was assured it'd take care of itself. So here's the problem. Or, I guess, the opportunity, one could call it. There is a little bit of a threat going on in this system that I'm going to need you to deal with in the name of the throne. So it turns out, inside the Dominion Omnian Protohive, they're currently choosing a new planetary governor, which is great for the system because the current one appears to be incompetent, though the tides have worked. And they're doing this because there is some sort of alignment of planets that allows for a voluntary exchange of power. However, slight hiccup in this. It turns out Fabius Bile, who you know, redacted, is dealing with Homo Novus. It appears, from information that we've received, that there is some sort of new man or new woman who is in the running to try to take over this governorship position. Should they do so, as you know, this is a Prometheum-heavy system, it could lead to the failure of local crusades, the starving of Imperial Guard regiments, general chaos. Also, it would leave one of these Homo Novus having all of the, one could say, incredibly valuable military and financial might of a core system under their control, which is not what the Emperor wants. So what I need you to do is to go, figure out who this Homo Novus is, and then eliminate them in the name of the Golden Throne. Who's in charge of this team again? Who is it? Nero, yes. Do a good job. I believe in you. If you have any problems, don't. I'm very far away and I don't have the ability to help you. So you've got a lot more than I ever did on any of my missions. Do good. Praise the Emperor. Goodbye, I guess. Goodbye.
And Nero will just, again, run his hands back through his hair, somehow greasy, but also perfectly coiffed, and just mutter kind of to you, but also not to all of you, but why now? Why this one? Why would he only reach out now? Okay, this isn't great. We will, sir, and they'll just do that, wave his hand in front of the hologram, and I guess he'll turn to. I feel like so far I think we've established he's kind of closest with Sister Mina, so he'll just turn to her and be like, I never know if these things can see us or not. I always think it's best to just assume they can until you find out otherwise. Goodbye, sir.
And Sister Mina is just like, she is like starstruck. She just is like completely shaken. Like, you normally see her, she's pretty well composed, but she's like beside herself, and she kind of like salutes awkwardly, and she's like, yes, Lord Inquisitor, we will do our very best.
Oh yeah, I can tell I picked the wrong one to mutter to, and he'll just lean over to Piper and be like, "Hey, you understand a lot of this sort of space stuff. Can he see us through that thing, or are we just waving at nothing right now?"
What? Let me just ask you a question. Like, how would he be able to see you right now? Like, how far away is he? Like, super far away. Like, wouldn't you'd need me to like send an immediate, real super fast message, right?
Right. So
the answer is no. Just simple no.
Great. So there's no weird astro.
Attikus awkwardly raises his hand at the lectern.
All right. That's
wait, Thank is there Piper. A way? Oh shit.
I'm sorry about the confusion. That was a recording.
Right.
It's over. And he just hits a button and the face disappears. He's like, I did the face so that you wouldn't just think it. Otherwise, it's just audio and it feels. Okay, I'm sorry.
That's fantastic. I was about to think that I was like becoming obsolete or something.
Yeah, no, this is good. This is good all around. I was really worried that there was just, something none of us knew about going on with the face. But it's you know what, Attikus, you got our back, and I appreciate that, and I appreciate you. Listen, man. So both the Inquisitor and your briefing implied that we should be pretty up to date on Redacted. Care to elaborate on that? Seems like a rather important detail that is very conveniently missing from our collective experience around the table here. Huh?
Well, I do have higher clearance than most, so I guess I can tell you what I know. Don't tell the Inquisitor, because he's not here. Especially
I lean forward for a second, and I'm like, but he's not here, right? He can't hear or see any. Again, just waving in front of the diode on the table.
No, and he's gonna hit a button.
I look up at Warden and just say, "This guy."
Attikus hits a button and just a little dome closes over the hall.
Shoulders drop an inch. Yeah. Sit back in my chair, take a deep breath, and I'll just like nod knowingly to Seth, as though this was something we were both concerned about.
So we'd originally just thought that this was going to be like a homo novus thing. And it turns out that this may involve Bile, it may not, we don't know. So Fabius Bile is a heretical space marine from the era of the Great War against the Emperor, who has, at one point, he was in charge of the Emperor's Children Legion of heretics before they were defeated by Abaddon, and then he became a madman and his own apothecary, determined to flood the galaxy with life that he himself created through a great deal of knowledge. So on the bright side, I've been doing a lot of research into this system while I was giving you what I could about Fabius Bile. There are, the current governor is insane. It appears that he's basically collapsed. The tithes have still been being made, but the man is not present inside his head after a couple thousand years of leadership. There are 4 candidates who can theoretically become governor. You'll need to narrow down your case probably from amongst those 4. Normally you would think, one of them will be genetically modified, so it'll be easy to go, that one looks like a space marine, it's them. Unfortunately, the leadership cast of all of the Artis system, because of their incredible wealth, tend to make a bit of a sport out of genetically modifying themselves. So they're all going to be beefy and strong and handsome in all the ways that you would normally expect would only come from someone trying to build a monster. There are 3 houses that exist that are the ones vying for control. There's House Vance, there is House Bane, and there is House Marcus. Each of them has chosen an heir to their own individual thrones, known as a merit adoptee. They're going to compete to try to essentially become the governor. The current governor is from the Cologne family, and his son is theoretically eligible, but the Cologne family's wealth has basically collapsed. This is a polite way of handing on the baton. Also, his son appears to be crazier than he is. So worth tracking. I actually have a genetic sample from the time we named the governor, because they have to sign in blood, and the Inquisitor could get us that. The other 3, I don't know. They've all had treatments done in the last 5 years or so could have been imposters, could be replaced. I legitimately don't know. That's the deal. We can get you in. There's a big celebration for this, some sort of ceremony or competition now that we're closing in on the alignment of planets and the naming of the new governor. How do you want to get in there? You have the files.
Yeah, I just want to highlight something there for all of us. It's I think something we're all a little concerned about. You're saying that someone who was alive during the heresy is involved in this. The heresy.
Yes.
And like he just immediately hugs his bolt gun to his chest like a teddy bear, and just kind of nods and says, yeah, all right. I'm gonna need Abby, I'm gonna need that genetic print from you. It's something we're going to want on file. And then I think I'll probably kind of look to the group and say, hey, look, we've all worked together a few times now. I think we all got a pretty good sense of how this goes down. I'm happy to run the operations, as I learned back in the Jump Avenue Academy. It's a lot of my training, but all of you have pretty specific skills and pretty specific backgrounds. So I'm curious to hear where you're coming out with all this, because it sounds like this one we're way above our pay grade here. So we got to make sure we're all in agreement before we take any moves.
Right. Well, I could potentially put together some missives or orders that could name us as perhaps auditors or something like that of this democratic process, kind of get us in through the back door, and a little bit more information on each candidate. As auditors, we would need to make sure that everyone is running a fair election, that sort of thing.
There would be a brief moment of the old kind of like easygoing Nero, and he goes, a fair election. They have those now?
Actually, it turns out they kind of don't. The advocate standing there, he's like, so they actually seem to have some sort of series of gladiatorial style competitions where each tries to outdo each other so that the winner gets the most acclaim and the governor will choose them. So
why does the Empire even want this planet?
Oh, if you return back to the first page on your document, it's the incredibly valuable Promethean fuels.
Know, Attikus. And he's just mad because his plan isn't going to work. He's
but
just a child.
I think Seth, Attikus has definitely got a little bit of that grandfatherly vibe who kind of coaches clearly inquisitorial people who are struggling with their early stuff. You could go in as someone who perhaps was needing to buy Prometheum. Maybe you're representing one of the crusades going on. Maybe you're another house trying to do whatever thing. You're the house person, so maybe you do something evil with the house. Maybe there's a religious concern. He points to the sister. He's like, I don't really have one for the astropath. But we have a lot of facilities, and you do. The Emperor's Hand is a very large ship, and there are a certain number of facilities that have been created specifically to enable you to carry out the missions you want to carry out. There is an entire room full of essentially costumes and uniforms from a variety of cultures that have been fitted, along with servitors that'll specifically do sewings to kind of refit things to you. This is a very different experience. It's, as we said, forging. Both Seth can do it, and there's a facility to help with that. And you have inquisitorial codes where if you want to impersonate someone from somewhere, you can do that with pretty flawless authority in terms of paperwork. You can absolutely blow it in person because people are going to have context you might not, but you will usually be able to get something, as long as it's from out of system, that should pass muster no matter the level of inspection. I also want to flag, compared to season 1 of Valentyne Heresy, where Valentyne was really struggling because he had no kind of tools or things like that, because of the quality of paperwork and the things behind you, you can try things that he couldn't. If you show up in the right outfit and you have the right paperwork to say you're a shipping magnate from another system, the flunky at the door, you don't have to convince. In fact, most people might believe that unless you do something out of character. It's only if you have to try to negotiate a trade deal or convince somebody to trust you based on your supposed power that we're really going to start rolling dice with some of the challenges behind that. You're also welcome to, with the documents in front of you and your various skills, if you want to use one of your skills and your set of knowledge, could be you're good at fighting, could be you're good at coercion, if you wanted to go look through at, who could we intimidate to maybe get a handle on it? If you wanted to use some kind of lore, I'm really up for whatever, and we can roll some dice pools to see what information you can pull out of the research on the system.
Well,
Okay.
The sister will step forward and cross her arms now. She's like back to business. And I do not understand, if this is quite a serious matter, why we cannot just take our entire band and go stab each one of them. Then we will have the entire problem covered.
Well, what you don't want to do is arouse the ire of 3 houses on that planet. As Attikus pointed out, very rich planet. And there's the slight wrinkle of I believe, he like checks his notes as I'm about to. Slight wrinkle of a homo novus in the mix. Or did you miss that part? Some sort of unholy offspring of Bile himself.
All
Bile,
the more reason that we should just get rid of them.
Yeah, look, I'm all for this stamping out of, the roots of an ancient galactic evil that was solved, and this time he does throw up air quotes, that's I'm with Seth on this one. I mean, look, sister, when we find out who to stab, believe you me, I'm just, I'll hold your beer, or your holy chalice, whatever you sisters are into. But we gotta make sure that we are finding everything we can that's related to Bile and to Horus, because when that all kicks up again, we don't want to be responsible for leaving the back door open, and particularly with Piper here. I mean, who knows if there's an actual chaos presence here? I mean, I don't want anyone just going in our head and messing around. Warden seems like a good guy. We've had some good times with him. I don't want to watch him murder a friend.
No, but I'm like so strong. Like I've just had so much rest. Like I'm ready to take on whatever's down there. And I can just
the hair.
You got to realize I can help. I can make things happen. I can make them think stuff. I've done it before. You've seen it. Put me in.
Yes, we'll figure something out with that. We'll figure out a way to incorporate your big broadcasting brain. I promise. Look, Mina, if you're really keen to just kind of crack some skulls, why don't we, engage in this gladiatorial combat directly? Perhaps under the guise of throwing your hat into the ring as a lesser-known house. I'm sure we could forge the documents to make it appear that you are whoever we want to say you are.
Attikus raises his hand again.
Yes, Attikus.
Sorry, you're all the important people, so I'm just supposed to provide information. That's my purpose on this ship. It does say, according to my history, that each of the houses do choose representative champions or bodies to assist them in the various competitions. So you'd be there last minute, but you might be able to become said, champions, coaches, whatever.
Well, I don't know, Abby. It seems to me like if we wanted to pull that off, we need someone with a pretty big broadcasting brain. And then he'll just like slowly look to Piper.
And I just like my jaw drops, like, and kind of like the smile, like eyes wide. I just look up. I look up to Warden, be like, I'm going on an adventure again.
And with that, we cut several hours later to the Inquisitorial band inside your gun cutter, which is your own personal ship. It can handle kind of travel between worlds, two worlds, but not actually warp jumps. It's disguised right now with a bit of a boxier frame, making it appear more traditional shuttle-y. There is a sleeker, much more dangerous version underneath, but it allows you to carry off this kind of con that you're ready to run collectively. You are all appearing as Prometheum merchants. You're looking to buy Prom for either for a source or for multiple sources, kind of as a go-between, a business to business. They've got Prom, you've got customers, you want to organize shipping. What is the name of your false combine, Nero?
I think we're going to be the Clean Energy Collective. Because if there's anything I know from having family in Western Canada, it's when you want a big dirty pipeline, you gotta name it something eco-friendly. So I think I think the enemy, and I'll defer to Seth on this since he's our skullduggery man, but I think the argument that Nero would be backing is like looking at the makeup of this system and their existing planets and the existing problems. If we're kind of pitching like, our clients have the same problem your system is about to have, but they've had it for a while. So these are like Prom horny planets, and we are like nakedly capitalist. Like we are just here to profit off their need and your output. So really trying to like position us in a way that is familiar enough to these folks that they won't raise too many eyebrows, but also align kind of our group, our coalition with their way of thinking, and like, oh yes, we should strip mine every planet. And once they're strip mined, we can sell them the thing they already sold other people. It's going to be great. We're going to have a good time. Seth, is there anything you'd want to add or tweak in that? Because also keep in mind, this is like what the rich boy from the private school thinks is what one of these capitalist ventures would be. He would never run one of these. He would just invest in it and make his money that way.
Ryan, let me know if I need to roll for this or not, or if you just want to kind of chat it out here. Would a business venture that like accelerates the process of selling off all of this Prometheum, would that be alluring to people that are like currently in power, so that basically when the planet dries up, they're the ones on top? Kind of like, you're on top now. If we move up the schedule of this place becoming obsolete, you leave with like the best stuff.
Yeah, I think right now they're just looking to make as much money as possible. It's so clear that from their house competitions, there's no thought of long term. This is all just who can be king of the castle tomorrow.
Then I don't know if it needs any additional adjusting. I think it's a clean proposition of, we're here to buy Prometheum. We're brokers for incredibly desperate systems. What we do is bring you thrones from across the empire that your market can't reach.
Mm-hmm.
Nice. Seth, can you roll me let's do a cunning and deception. Difficulty 2.
Cunning and deception. I think cunning is really good. Okay. I have, I think I have some potentially changey stuff. Hang on. Sorry, folks. New character rolling for the first time.
Whoa. We've been on several missions together, Tyler.
Actually, this is something that we discussed during the character building process, Ryan. I have an ability or a quality, a talent, I guess, called etiquette, but it's a double-edged sword. I had a boost when I'm dealing with low-class society and a setback with highborn society.
I would say add the boost on this one, because I think this is trying to trust people's guts, not their high-minded politics. And from what you've heard, this sounds like a pretty brutal, like, knife in the dark world, not so much the upstanding imperial citizens you might all hope for.
And I'm going to ask you, this might not be the case, but I have like a disguise kit, and also we have this repertoire of like uniforms and stuff like that. The disguise kit mechanically adds 2 boosts for deception checks made to impersonate someone else. So if I'm impersonating a merchant's like major domo trying to help broker a deal, would that apply here?
Not to this, because this is just your ability to catch some small details that might pop up, but it would apply. I will allow that to apply if you guys are going to portray these merchants.
Yeah, okay.
It'll apply to those checks.
Okay, then I've got a pool ready to go.
Great, let's go for it.
I'm rolling, but do we want to talk about story points?
Oh, story points. I'm going to start off with you guys having all 5, because I feel like you're coming in clean. It's the beginning of a mission. The advantage is yours because nobody knows you're here.
Okay, good. We're only learning about this now because I would have blown all 5 on trying to determine whether or not the Inquisitor could see us through the hologram.
Yeah, whether it was a phone call or a
that is the
message.
biggest question.
Yep.
Total is 1 success, 1 threat.
All right. You realize having an astropath with you as a companion in your group might be a bit strange. However, what's the threat? I mean, the threat, I think, is ultimately the fact that you have an astropath in your group. You can try to pretend that she is just like a blind woman, because she clearly is physically blind, though she's got some better sight on her. But you also know Warden's going to be following her around. So figuring out who the group leader is and how you explain the blind woman with the bodyguard is probably your biggest problem on selling this story before you get to the planet's surface.
Okay. Sorry, Tyler, you have follow up to that?
Yeah, I was just going into the scene of like, Piper, no. You know, I was just going in for that kind of thing. Yeah.
Hey, Warden, I think she's got a demon in her. Okay.
Do it up, Tom.
Cool. I was gonna say, would you tell us all that, or would you? Keep that under
I think Seth kind of likes to show off a little bit when it comes to this sort of thing. So yeah, he's happy to share this kind of facade, this charade that we're all jointly kind of putting together. And then he would sum it up by saying, and an astropath would stick out like a chaos marine. So Piper, you're going to have to keep it in your pants, so to speak.
Well, that's fine. I mean, just like take a marker and like draw like eyes on me and we'll be fine. No one will know.
Right. So what's the story then for Piper? What's Piper's cover?
Ryan, correct me if I'm wrong. Astropaths are pretty vital to inter-system travel, right?
Yes.
So conceivably, would rogue traders have astropaths?
Rogue Trader might have one, but why you would bring her to the surface to escort you around is more the question mark, I think, than anything else.
I see. Okay.
Because people are distrustful of psychers generally in these kind of conversations.
Yeah. That's why I was wondering if it's like space truckers just happen to have like the galaxy's most dangerous weapons, like hanging out, being like, turn left at the Sladash.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, well, I'm going to hang a left.
Rogue Traders would probably have an astropath and a navigator on crew.
Okay. Right.
Like you guys have a navigator on your ship, just you're not bringing her down here because they're so valuable. You wouldn't want to risk them getting like knifed or a deal going wrong.
Right. Okay. Could we perhaps position? Well, I can just do this as a character. I don't need to meta this. Yeah. So, listen, I think we've got a pretty good thing going. But Seth, I think you're right, Nate. Piper, I love the idea. I love the eyes thing. Got to tell you though, I don't think the eyes are the problem so much as just the general vibe of ethereal knowledge from beyond the veil and such that you're pretty good about sharing.
Well, I'll just keep my mouth shut the whole time. Like,
yeah, look, we've tried that one before.
Dampen everything.
Look, if
it's not
Sister
so
hadn't been able to intimidate the dean back when we were at Jump Avenue, you kind of almost blew it a couple times. But luckily he was scared of swords. So, and I mean, really, who wouldn't be? But hey, what if we work for someone kind of like we actually do? That means you don't have to lie. who can kind of tell the truth because we work for Billingburg, right? What if there's someone far away that we need to be able to reach at a moment's notice to broker an important deal, you know? Like if we're yelling, buy, sell, like into your face. Is that the kind of thing you
I'm just like I'm like a symbol of how like important it is and like how essential it is that like we do this right and like we're really serious and we represent people who are like very important and they need to know the information as soon as we know it, but they're so important that they can't leave where they are. And so I'm just like here to be like, hey, like I will just like say, oh, you got like, oh, should we, I don't know, do we need to like bid up? I don't actually know how this works, but like, and then I send a message and we get it back. And then it's like, it's more efficient for me to go down there.
We can start selling them on the idea that the prom market in the greater galaxy is as volatile as the substance itself. You know, I think that, and you know, if they give us too many strange looks, the sister can yell something about blasphemy and scare them.
She's watching all of this like very unhappy. The subterfuge thing is like her least favorite part. She's basically disgusted by all of you.
The subterfuge thing, I feel like every time this conversation happens, the subterfuge thing usually, like, there comes a point where Seth like focuses his weird black orbs on you, and basically says, and he says it every time, like, Mina, can we dial down the regalia for the cover?
She's just like, you know exactly how I feel about that. If you have to have it, I'll put the cloak on again. I can do it again if that's what I have to do.
And I'll just stand over Seth's shoulder, twiddling the inquisitorial rosette in my fingers like a pen. And I think this has become our bit. It's just anytime Seth needs just like a little extra weight, I'll just stand nearby and twiddle the symbol very obviously in a very nonchalant, like I'm not paying attention to this way, but clearly paying attention.
Of course, the mission is the most vital part of what we do, and if I must do things for the mission, then truly I am doing them in the Emperor's name, and I have to go pray.
Oh, are you doing that bit with the cloak? Just a second. You hear from the front of this ship, because think of it like the Quinjet. There's clearly seats in your own little room, but there is a pilot. And your pilot just jumps out of her chair. She is a ratling, which is an accepted species of abhuman in the Imperium. She's about 3.5, 4 feet tall. They're known for being snipers in the Imperial Guard or very good with tech. Your ratling's name is Sarah Pincho. She is the pilot that has been assigned to the Angel of Retribution, who does all of your flights to get you in and out of atmosphere. And she's like, don't worry, the midwife will get you what you need. And she just like runs across. She calls herself the midwife. You've all asked and then regretted asking earlier, because she always just slaps the nearest wall of the ship and just says, because I always bring this baby home. That's why she has named herself the midwife.
As she runs, I'll say, sorry, why? I know you've gone over this before. Why do you call yourself
don't ask
the midwife?
Again,
and I'll just like turn and just small smile at Mina.
Because and she does the whole Hulk Hogan spinning arm thing. And
I'm doing it too. I'm joining. Yep.
Because I always bring this baby home. And she runs over to a Foot Locker and she's like, I had this made for you after the last one where they made you wear that cloak you hate. And it turns out she has a beautiful blue cloak that looks totally like boring from the outside. It's classy and clearly noble with a little bit of gold trim. And she runs it over to you, sister, and she holds it up to you and gives you a big wink from where it is, because no one else can see inside. And if you look inside the cloak, it is lined with the fleur-de-lis of the Sister of Battle inside the sleeves and the coat part of it. So it's very holy on the inside, but boring on the outside.
Her expression just changes on a dime, that like goes from like surly to like her normal. And then she's like, thank you. Emperor bless you. And she puts it on. She's like, fine.
Right back at you, baby. And then she'll lean into your ear and just say, also, it's two-sided. So when you don't have to hide anymore, you can show off the good stuff.
No, you've grown on me so much. I think you will do good work in the future.
And
Your
you just
soul will not be damned.
You hear the panicked beeping of the altitude sensor in the front of the cockpit, and she goes, "Ah, shit!" And she just runs back and jumps in the seat and pulls up as you've gone through the atmosphere. She said, "Well, look out. If you want to see the city, you can look out the window." And she's just fighting the controls.
I'll just turn to Seth and be like, huh, she really loves her coat of single color, huh?
Yes. Just...
I'll slap you on the back and make my way to the window.
Jostles me like my skeleton rattles inside my skin. Like, ow.
So looking out, you see Dominion Omnium, the proto-hive. It is a circular city. It is designed, it's almost a spoked wheel. Nero, you're very happy to see that it has 7 spokes instead of 8. Clearly, someone was involved in this design to make sure it didn't accidentally create any blasphemous numbers. And there are 3 rings of kind of the furthest out is the thickest. Then there is another ring walled in that's closer to the center that's smaller. And then there is a central spire with a citadel right at the center of it. The spaceport is to the west as you come down. You can see that it attaches through a large kind of driveway. It's outside the city proper, a huge setup, but you're clearly getting to park the closest. Kind of there's a spaceport for a number of smaller ships to be able to set up. And then there are bulk haulers and other things that can land further out in more supported areas. As you land, your ship kind of comes down. Logically, you can look at this place, and according to general hive rules, the center is going to be the most important. It's the highest point. You can even see as you've come down that the buildings, a hive is traditionally built in the 40K sense of buildings on top of buildings on top of buildings over generations to allow a ton of people to live in a relatively small amount of real estate, often due to a hostile environment. The world here is quite beautiful. They've clearly been working very hard to terraform it. You can still see massive steel towers throughout the distance, probably creating some kind of magnetic shield to protect the environment because you're closer to the sun than a traditional class of planet that would allow this kind of atmosphere. The sheer amount of smog and stuff you could see coming out of parts of this city are clearly going to ruin that. But the fascinating thing about the structure is everything you're seeing is really only 4 or 5 stories tall. However, they're all flat topped and they're all attached by sloping kind of walkways and gantries between them. None of you have probably seen this before, though you've all seen Hive Worlds. They're clearly building the ground floor with the intention of building a second floor on top of it right away. This is like the structure here are the underlay for the rest of the hive to come. And there's still a lot of ships and other things flying in doing low-level kind of construction jobs. Instead of seeing the traditional cranes you would expect, there seem to be shuttles kind of coming in and flying and dropping entire hab blocks at the very limits of this space. Your ship lands. You hear all the hissing and other things. The weird thing is the landing is incredibly gentle. Sarah Pinchot does seem like she must be an idiot. However, she is an incredibly good pilot who has always brought the ship home.
Right.
The side door hisses open. You have your paperwork in hand. And you all tromp down off the ship into a new world being built on nothing, with the possibilities of chaos, bile, and homo novus, along with gladiatorial combat ahead of you. It's time to risk your lives as people you aren't in the name of the Inquisition. The Valentyne Heresy Season 2 has begun. From the Inquisition's History of Fabius Bile audio recordings. Pragmatism must be balanced by sentiment and ruthlessness by mercy. But mercy has its limits. You, the Inquisitorial band, step down the back entrance hallway thing. That thing that lowers down and touches the ground. A ramp. There we go. See? Words. You step down the ramp of the Angel of Retribution, your Inquisitorial disguised gun cutter, and into the shipyards of the Dominion Omnium Proto-Hive. Around you, you see a small number of other shuttles nearby, far enough away that obviously you're not going to deal with them and they can offload and load on as possible. Larger bulk haulers behind you. And in front of you, there is a small Adeptus Administratum servile. I would use the term flunky, perhaps. She's got dark skin. She's got a shaved head. Red robes. Red robes are pretty standard through most systems, unless they have their own belief of what color servants of the Imperium should be wearing. So that stands well within it. Her fingertips are stained with black ink, almost to the knuckle on both hands. However, you see as she's handling a stylus and other things that no ink is coming off onto anything. You know, there are some worlds where the ink stains are considered of ceremonial importance. So this is probably something that the administratum on this world do. I think you're all savvy enough imperially that would kind of stand to you. She has a number of servitors there, and there's a ground car behind her, approaching like somewhere between a limo and a truck. When you look at it and you look at the vehicles that are kind of picking up passengers from the other shuttles that you can see in the nearby distance, there are some that are approaching a full limousine kind of staff officer ground car, and there are some that are clearly like dump trucks or dump haulers. This one appears to be right in the middle. Again, you're all imperially savvy. They probably don't know how useful you are, so they're putting you right in the middle of what kind of car shows up so that they can upgrade or downgrade based on that. She looks up and says, "Hello, I'm Danai Flux, Deptus Mercantile. I'm excited to have you here. You're from the Clean Energy Collective, I see. Let's get them loaded. Let's get them loaded." And you just see servitors rolling out of the back of your shuttle down the ramp behind you, and servitors from her side coming up. They're all that same bulk hauler. Yours have physical legs and are tromping awkwardly, which technically is a higher level system, even though it's a lower level delivery. I feel like you would have calculated to use the most expensive kind of high grade servitors to make yourself seem important. Hers are all treaded and just kind of have arms that are permanently at a 90-degree angle. So stuff can just be set on them, and they have to actually tilt at the waist to drop things into the back of the vehicle. So there's a lot of like, and it's just binary conversation between these servitors who may be arguing based on the tone, but none of you speak binaric, can't, so you don't know what's going on. However, quickly, a lot of your stuff is being loaded in and put away. I feel like you would have chosen a selection of costumes that you could use if you wanted to be kind of day-to-day wear, if you wanted to be criminals. A light stock, but we'll just say enough that you can theoretically say, I would like to disguise myself as this, and it's theoretically possible. And Dan, I said, so we've already organized some places for you in our VIP housing. It's inside the spire. Inside the spire, I think you're going to be big fans. Please, step inside. And she opens the door to the side of this conveyance, and you're all ushered in. I'm imagining you go. I don't know if you'd say anything.
I know for Seth's part, if things are going smoothly, he's fine to just carry on. The less work he has to do, the better.
Yeah, I think Nero would take his cues from Seth. So if Seth isn't doing anything, then similarly, just kind of small waves, like very good, thank you, and in I go.
Yeah, Piper will probably nod imperiously.
Yeah, Warden will just follow up. I feel like Warden is the I don't interact unless I have to character. So feel free, Laura, to pitch when he would do things. But otherwise, think of him as very much stoic, over the shoulder, no reaction.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Oleanne is definitely not saying anything. In the cloak, she's just a huge shape of a person, especially next to Warden. It's like they look like two bouncers, basically.
Nice.
So Denai puts you inside. You have that awkward moment where you're all just sitting inside the space. There are benches around you. You think of it more as the inside of the kind of a back of a truck kind of vibe, only it's fully walled in. There are windows along the sides. There are benches. They are padded, but it's cheap plastic, kind of like that wrapper that you know your grandmother would put on a couch she doesn't want anyone to spill on. It feels like this has been adapted to be slightly more comfortable than it might otherwise have been. And you have that weird moment where you're all sitting looking at each other while she's clearly outside arguing with servitors and then just like loading suitcases and stuff in the back. And then she comes around and re-enters into the truck and kind of taps the little divider between where you're sitting and the driver, and the truck pulls away. You clear it. The shipyard's pretty easily. She's having to deal with leaning out the door and kind of showing paperwork to allow you through the massive gate that leads into the proto-hive proper. It seems like this is a pretty secure place. You're seeing soldiers around. Clearly, they're prepared for unrest, or at least prepared for defense. You're not surprised with the value of the system to have these kind of Prometheum reserves and the ability to deal with those. This is not a low-value target. It would still be a stretch for someone to get here, theoretically, in terms of an invading force, but you all know joys of the Imperium, theoretically possible for there to be a splinter fleet behind. So it's good for you to see this. Clearly, there is some capable leadership on this world. When you're through the wall, through the gate, you start heading through the city proper. You can see, Denai points out the window on the one side. It says, you can see here we have our Planetary Defense Force bastion. Each of our spokes has one central focus that lets people, try to live near what they think is important. This is the planetary defense. And she points, and you see a building that, unlike the surrounding buildings, which are probably around 3 to 4 stories, but clearly built to be built on top of, the Planetary Defense Bastion is almost 16 stories. It just towers above everything else. But you can see there are actually entrance doors that match the ones near the bottom as you pass close by it. About every 4 stories, as though they're prepared for the new ground level to be moving to another higher position further up the building.
Ryan, is that normal in building hives to be preparing for that kind of growth this early on?
No. The assumption, I think, based on general population would be hives just sort of happen. But apparently with the rate of growth in this system, they're aware that they're going to be dumping the population here in the next couple of years, the same way that they had fled from Escalon through to Geminella. That population is shifted to Falscher Frieden, and eventually that will be shifting here. It seems like they have to deal with a more accelerated version of kind of imperial existence. They've kind of embraced it in that annoying tech startup way of like everything needs to 10x next year. So this is, there's no failure, even though you all know that there's a really hard cliff that they should know they're going to hit. They're just currently ignoring it.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Then you're traveling down the streets. If you're looking at the windows, Denai's just doing a little bit of kind of giving you the culture, and it all kind of washes over you in that way of, I didn't ask for this from the person bringing me to my hotel, but that's fine. Looking at, you can see the population. It seems like, at least in this area, they're pretty well off. They seem to be pretty well funded, well organized. There's a small PDF presence. You're seeing a couple of enforcers, but not so many that you would expect this to be a heavily criminal segment, at least the PDF one of the ring. Also, you are seeing a few street gangs. You'd actually be surprised if you didn't, knowing that it's a hive society. The term used for what you're seeing here might be a better class of criminal. They're not kind of shoving random strangers on the streets, but they are clearly kind of armed and looking shifty, kind of like the mafia versus a street gang, at least in this kind of stretch. And then you all notice as Denai just kind of lightly starts throwing off, facts, and then shifts and is like, all right, so I understand that you're the Clean Energy Collective and you're looking to shift vast amounts of promethium. What for? How much are you going to need? We'd love to be able to assist with the tools that we have, and we'd love to know the kind of supply that you're looking for.
I speak on behalf of my master here, and he gestures over to Nero.
I'll wave distractedly while staring out the window.
Yeah. Seth, when I say we have buyers lined up for everything you've got, we are brokers, madam. We do not represent one interest. We represent a multitude of interests across the Imperium.
Wonderful. We love bulk orders here. One of the questions I have to ask, though, then is how do we negotiate a total bulk order if you have a number of smaller combines that you'll be dealing with? Is this going to be one larger contract, a number of smaller contracts? Are you going to handle your own shipping? Is that something you want with us? I mean, we have great partners, but what do you need?
And Seth will look over to Nero and say, they have partnerships, sir. We may not need to utilize our own shipping.
I'll just do that classic not paying attention and say, yeah, that's great. I'm very glad to hear that. Listen, are we getting close to the hotel, or I could really use a shower and a shave if that's in the cards. So yeah, great. You got your own shipping. Fantastic. That's great. My associate here is more than capable of making these decisions, though. So if you could just stop bothering me with this minutia, that would be most excellent. I brought some expensive friends here, right? So then I'll just give a quick glance to Seth in a please continue to cover. I have no idea what to say in these situations, and then kind of lean longingly out the window as though my high school crush is out there and I am,
Seth, in his character that he's put together for this mission turns back, appearing to have been like grievously wounded by that comment, and just like clutches this woman on the shoulders, like, how quickly until we can reach our accommodations?
She's just going to reach back and knock 3 times on the divider again, and you all feel the car pick up speed. Like, clearly that was the gun it, and you're heading towards the spire in the distance. And she's like, I'm so sorry. I was trying to address these questions to you. I didn't know we were going to get you in trouble. Yes, we do have a partnership. If you're looking for Warzone shipments, we have the rogue trader Nero Skullshield has his ship, the Draco Valence. It's a Galaxy-class attack freighter. It's from ages past, heavily armed, 2 full Imperial Guard regiments in it. If you need something dropped in a war zone, we have the ship that can get it there for you. Otherwise, we can get things elsewhere. But back to my questions. I mean, I hate to ask this, but I clearly have, my own employers who really don't like when I show up with no information about trade partners. Is this just going to be a bulk order? What are your major clients? Like, let's say if you had your top 3, what top 3 clients do you have?
It is going to be a bulk order, and we will disperse it as agreed upon with our partners. And I'll basically produce this contract that I've whipped up with some fake like holding names and stuff like that, and present it to her.
Fabulous.
To review.
Do you? I guess this would be because you made it, so this probably falls under skullduggery. If we're saying Seth is.
Might say, but we can also like play around with however we want. So forgery kit says it's a +2 boost to skullduggery to forge or duplicate.
Perfect.
Documents.
Yeah, that I would agree.
Yeah,
So let's say it'll be a skullduggery check then. I'm going to say that this one will be hard because I think she does see a lot of contracts. She's not like a contract lawyer. I don't think she has a ton of knowledge about outside shipping, but just she'd know what's boilerplate and what wouldn't be.
Hard is 3 or 4?
3. So it's three difficulty for a hard check. You've got your boost from your forgery kit. I'm going to give you an additional boost because you would have had Attikus help you with this, and Attikus had additional time to look at the system requirements, so he could kind of point out some other shipping lane stuff. His brain has been pretty altered as well with additional kind of machine cores, so his memory is just incredibly vast for whatever information has kind of been thrown at him. Is there anything else any of you would want to add to this roll, or anything you would pitch?
I'm going to use a story point just because we don't need complications right now.
Great.
And we've got them in our favor. So
Nice.
I think it's a matter of like, I think it's Seth and Attikus kind of combining their knowledge. Obviously, Seth from like his old life of like being the son of a very sort of prominent mercantile family, kind of having this sort of knowledge. Probably that he like never really used until he had to pretend and fake stuff. And Attikus kind of either confirming or correcting him on some of his assumptions and things like that.
Cool. I'd say let's add another boost because Nero played a distant boss, which actually would read as real. A lot of the rogue traders would have no interest in this. And we'll add a setback because you couldn't mention any of your clients, which could mean they're very important, or it could mean you're lying and this may be a chance to steal Prometheum.
Okay. Wow, it's a lot of advantages. 2 successes, 6 advantages.
Okay. For your
Awesome.
2 successes, you clearly convinced Denai that this contract checks out. For the advantages, I will say your information and Attikus's information, in combo of your ability to do kind of low dealings and Attikus's knowledge, she actually infers several of your clients on her own, and they are all kind of top tier value clients. So there's a lot of potential in this deal. You see her perk up immediately looking over the contract, and she just says, I'm just going to take a copy of this. And she, with a shaky finger of excitement, kind of takes it from your slate onto her slate. And she's like, oh, and you have an astropath. Of course you do. You're all very important clients. Clearly that's there. Can I offer you one of our collars? And she takes out a steel blinking collar that looks kind of like a manacle with a red light beeping at its corner.
And I'll take it from her and I'll toss it to Warden, and I'll say, I our handler will deal with that, and I'll just give him.
I'll just, as you do that, without looking away from the window, just say, "Oh, adorable callers. Yeah, when you have the extra resources, it's nice to get that personal touch. Don't you agree? We have a guy for that, but we'll leave it in his hands, as my associate says. But thank you for the accommodation. That's wonderful. I hope you have equally quaint treats for those of us who aren't viewed as a threat as well. Chocolate might be nice, That'll just draw a little heart on the window.
So is this like I'm guessing like psyker, like dampening collar?
No, it is not. Warden glanced at it. Laura, can you roll me? You have Warden's sheet, right?
I do have Warden's sheet.
Great. Can you roll me I would say I would use streetwise or perception.
Streetwise.
They're
Which one
both
is
cunning based.
perception? Oh, they're both they're both the same. I think I'll use perception, for Warden. I think that's more his thing.
Right. It'll be difficulty 2, so 2 purple.
Okay.
I will say you get 1 boost because he's familiar with things that you would put on psychers generally.
Yeah.
And I'll throw a setback in as well because he's not aware of the laws of this society, so he doesn't know what to anticipate.
That's fair.
Maybe it's just a decorative collar that blinks. He doesn't know.
Wonder if I want to upgrade. No, man. Let's just do this. 2 successes, 1 advantage.
Hey.
Awesome. The collar is an explosive collar, clearly designed so it can be triggered if you run or try to do something bad. I would say at this point, as an inquisitorial team, you've done a couple of missions. You probably have a covert way of talking even when you're in front of people. For example, Inquisitor Eisenhorn's team use a language he came up with called Glossia that's based on poetry. Other groups might use sign language, either improvised or just subtle ways of kind of engaging with their clothing. What do you think your team's way of silently communicating is? I would suggest it be something a man who can't talk can do.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm thinking. I mean, I would want it to be like a series of movements. If anyone's read Lies of Locke Lamora, it's like their band.
Can't. Like thieves can't.
Well, yeah, but in motions.
Yeah, that's the way thieves can't. I think is supposed to be done.
Oh, is it?
Not
beatboxing.
No, that was entirely our network. Okay, well, why don't we say I would be down for a mix of hand gesture, but also I think given the amount of paranoia that Nero has, I would notice anyone signing to each other. It makes sense for thieves to be able to just kind of be in a dark alley and sign at each other. But if I saw a bunch of people in this limo signing at each other, I'd be like, okay, what's that though? So I wonder if it's a mix of little gestures and I'm wondering, I was joking earlier about drawing a heart on the window, but I wonder if it's stuff like that. If we've created for high society moments, a series of if I knock my drink over, it means X. If I draw a heart on a window, it means this, just so that we could do these things very publicly without, it's the save me from the bad date thing. Things that we could do so publicly that no one would care, and then likely have a proper sign language for when we are just alone, or in a scenario where it doesn't matter. So I'll say the window heart, I breathe on the window and draw the heart, and sigh very longingly. But that's very much don't do that. No. But also I think I'll look again to probably to Mina and to Warden, because I feel like this is beyond Nero's. Nero's not a subtle guy. So I think in terms of how much do we want to commit to the Suicide Squad situation, I'll just kind of give that and go back to leaning.
Then I think Warden needing a more advanced form of communication is actually probably the best at this. And Warden can do a little bit of tapping Morse code that looks very much it's used. Generally, he'll fiddle with an item to do it. So you've all learned to watch the rate of him touching things as he goes. Mina, I feel like you would be the one who'd probably take the most time to get to know Warden. So you're probably his translator for like elaborate concepts. So he's looking over this ring, just kind of touching it at different places and flipping it around and saying kind of directly to you, this is an explosive collar. If we put this on her, I don't know how to get this off.
Yeah.
And it's up to you to relay, however you do, that message to the rest of the group through secret I draw a heart code.
And furtive glances, yes. But yeah, I think Mina hates this in general because in her mind, even though Piper is, an abomination, she's their abomination. So it's kind of insulting, and also not only maybe not able to get the collar off, but then it might be an issue of like, do they have the controls to like set it off? So she's just going to huff and take the collar and put it on her belt and keep it and be like, if this is necessary, we can use it.
Wonderful. You've got your own quaint customs. I appreciate you as clients. Don't want to force anything upon you other than chocolates. Am I right? Chocolates. Okay. So, and here we are. You just see her take a deep breath as the car pulls to a stop. And you look at it and you see you're in an area now, having passed through another gate into what would be known as like the Spire. The Spire in a traditional hive is the highest point where the aristocrats live. Clearly at the low levels, they've just agreed the central rings are the Spire. It's where there's higher value. And they'd mentioned that you were in the VIP section. So you're seeing a number of hotels, kind of high class boutiques, eateries around you. It's clearly meant to cater to people from the spaceport. If you're looking at the city design, it doesn't entirely surprise you that they would set this up so that you have to go from the shipyard through the PDF section to make you, politely and vaguely threateningly aware of the planet's power. And then they actually took
PDF, just to clarify in case anyone else,
Planetary
Defense Force. Yeah.
Yes. Then kind of pitching you through a little Mechanicus neighborhood that seemed very big and foundational to the VIP housing. So your hotel is tall, but not that tall, because again, everything's only 3 or 4 stories. However, there's a lot of Gothic architecture. There's a lot of filigreed gold and silver. You step out and find it has a massive sign over the door that just says the Bolter Express, which is the name of this particular hotel. You get the feeling the houses may control a lot of things, but apparently they don't have a lot of say on the Spire businesses. It seems like they're more independently run. So, hey, sometimes you get places called the Bolter Express. Servitors carry your gear inside. Denai walks you through the front door and is like, Bolter Express, one of our finest. Sorry about the name. It's just what we have. Sometimes people pick things, and just points to a guy behind the counter who's bald, and he nods very knowingly. You see all of the staff are decked out in kind of an upsetting amount of silver. It's almost like macrame, just very shiny uniforms. However, Danai's servitors carry you through to a freight elevator where there's a servitor with just a skull for a head, an arm, and a pole as the body, and it just cranks into the 4th floor, and you are lifted up with clanking sounds and delivered to a set of suites that are decent. It turns out you're being given the 4th floor as your own floor.
Okay.
The building isn't huge, so on the scale of things, this doesn't seem totally out of reason. You get a feeling that you might have had a slightly worse floor if you had not had such a convincing contract. But clearly you're getting a decent hotel and a very nice setup. So you'll each have your own rooms as well as a dedicated central room. And you have a room with comms, which you could theoretically use to talk off-world. There's not really a question in your mind that these are bugged. These are definitely bugged because of course they are. However, that one of your suitcases is a Voxcaster that you can use to directly communicate with your ship. So you don't have to go through the comms that you've been given. You have your own clandestine set that you can use. Denai is standing there and says, so glad you're here. We've got a governor's dinner tonight because we're selecting a new governor, as you know, with the alignment. Very exciting. I'll have someone by to pick you up in a minute. Someone way more important than me now that I've seen your contract. So I'll go, and we'll be ready in about a half hour. So please take your time. Take your time. Love you. And then she just bails out.
Before she can get out, I will make a big show of reaching into my pocket and pulling out a bunch of crowns. And I'm just going to start counting them that way that rich people who don't really know how much they're supposed to tip do. And then eventually just dump kind of a fistful. So we'll say 20-ish crowns into a fist and just be like,
Tom, can you roll me let's say just a cunning at difficulty 1?
Sure. 1 second to see you get my dice roller back. Come back, dice roller. I need you. To me, my X-Men. So just straight cutting?
Yep.
All right. And difficulty 1. Let's go. Lols. 2 advantage, 1 failure.
It is an offensively low tip. However, that matches because rich people are always cheap. So for her, it supports his story, even though it will not have necessarily won you any favors from Deny. So she's like, thank you.
This is actually my desired result. So this is perfect.
Thank you.
This is a real, what's the cost of milk for me? You know, what, $2, $5, $10? I don't know.
Thank you so much, she says in her head, not feeling bad about accidentally saying I love you anymore. And then just closes the door and leaves you where you are. So you know you've got a dinner to go to. Odds are, I mean, realistically, you're aware you won't be allowed to bring weapons because odds of being allowed to bring weapons to a ceremony with the governor and the 4 possible replacement governors are somewhat long.
We're bringing Mina. We're bringing a weapon. It's fine.
Yeah. So you can decide what you want to wear. You can call the ship for more information if you want to. This is a chance to just kind of get your plans together before you go. I will say for Nero, you have a gene printer, which there is a backpack version of it, but there's also a version that you can put on your wrist, kind of like a forearm guard protector. It's got 2 large gems on it, both of them rubies. You can slide those aside and actually put a genetic sample into both sides. You can do a pre-programmed one and then drop something in. It has a small reader that just looks like a diamond. If it goes green, those samples are from the same person. If it stays a diamond, they're not. That's all you can get from there. If you use the boxier version, you can actually get some more detailed genetic readouts out of them. So if there's some way you can get genetic samples and a baseline of a genetic sample, you can test people.
And we have a baseline genetic sample from Attikus for the governor, I believe.
For his son. Realistically, the governor, know, is
so
the
person that they are trying to get. No, the insane man.
Yeah, the crazy
insane heir that won't be taking over. Okay, great. I will. As soon as the door is closed, immediately, like, all sense of pomp and circumstance drops away. And I'll just actually lean against the door in kind of like a whew kind of way. And I'll sign to Seth, essentially like, should we sweep?
And Seth nods emphatically, of course, you idiot. Yeah.
I will stand up, walk over, and pat him on the back twice in that vaguely aggressive way that
his hair becomes unkempt just from the jostling.
And I'll write back, of course.
I've created a character who is incapable of rolling his eyes, but is very much an eye-rolling kind of guy. So I think
just hear an awful. Yeah, there we go. Great.
Yeah. His whole head lolls around.
The Tina Fey eye roll from the rock.
If I wanted to do a sweep, I'm just looking at what I could use.
Someone has does someone have an Auspex? I feel like someone has an Auspex. I'm trying to remember who.
I do as well.
Wonderful. I think Seth, you could probably team up with Piper to do this kind of sweep. It feels like something you both might be able to kind of tackle together. If you've got so the Auspex adds what? 2 bonus?
2 boosts to perception.
Perception, yeah.
I think what would happen is, for the sake of this, we'll probably have Seth take the Auspex and do the physical search. And Piper, you can follow up using your kind of unseen psyker senses as well. So we'll add 3 boosts to either perception, or I would accept skullduggery from you, Seth, whatever your preference is.
Scrolling back up to see what I would prefer. I have a feeling it's going to be. Oh no, perception's cunning too, so I'll happily take perception with all this boost. Yeah.
All right, and I will say this one will be hard. I think this would be a 3 difficulty because you know what you're looking for, and it's not an elaborate space. Like the Imperium in this case is probably like the KGB. They're all like, everyone knows bug everywhere, just leave, and then you think it's okay. But this is, you're an expert.
And I have a rank in that too. So.
Yeah, so this is essentially me adding my blessed sight as a gift because I'm blinded. I have
bionic
endowed
eyes
with
and
blessed
an
sight.
So on my own, I'm generating 3 boost from that.
Oh, wow.
What other boost am I
Oh,
taking?
bionic eyes would just remove environmental concerns, I believe.
Oh, okay. I need to change that then.
Let me double check, and then we'll be 100% sure. I don't want to rob you of your magic eyes, but I want to be sure that your magic eyes work.
Well, yeah, you got to hold the picture real close to your nose and then move it away real slow if it isn't
That's
working
the
otherwise.
magic eye. That's the real magic eye.
Yeah. Otherwise, how are you going to see a couple?
Oh,
sharks
bionic
swimming
senses
together?
provide +1 rank in perception and remove 1 setback due to environmental factors.
I will add rank then, so that I'm not confusing myself later. Rank. There we go. Okay, thank you.
No problem.
And vigilance, it looks like. Okay. Did I get that wrong as well? Sorry, everyone who's listening.
We're all learning how great your eyes are, and it's important for all of us. But yeah, I think we might deal with this kind of idea of like primary and secondary checks, where it's like, oh no, both skills are being used, but we'll put it into one pool so that it's.
I think that makes a lot of sense.
Okay. The sanest for Genesys.
Okay.
Yeah, because I have like a natural senses trait.
Okay.
So despite my lack of vision, I can perceive things that would otherwise be invisible.
And that's being conferred to me as a boost.
Yes.
Okay, so then I'm at 3 boost, 2 with the
Yes.
Auspex, 1 with Piper's help. Okay, I'm ready to roll then.
Let's go for it.
3 successes, 1 advantage.
Awesome. I would say you go through, you find 2 bugs that you would kind of anticipate. One of them, Seth, you find with the Auspex, and the other, Piper, you locate because you can feel the intentions of the person who had placed it. It was better hidden and would have got past the Auspex, but you found it behind a painting because the painting felt stealthy through the warp. When it comes to the comm room, you're able to remove the physical items that are there. So you could theoretically send an encrypted communication, or if you were to use kind of an encrypted conversational method, you would be safe from low-level bugs. There's still a chance that someone might be able to hack it over time, but you guys have good enough codes that would be believable enough as kind of a rogue trader or a collective representative that you could send in-character messages that would be safe from immediate interception. You know, somebody might break it over 3 days, but they're not going to break it day of.
Yeah. Okay.
You might want to do that if you're talking with other people on the world and don't want to blow your cover. But at this point, you are confident that your rooms have been cleared of bugs. You're not being spied upon. Seth, are you the kind of person who would destroy those bugs, or would you guys put them in some kind of, for lack of a better term, but like a lead box where you could take them out if you wanted something to be heard later on?
Seth would keep them. He would know that like destroying them is sending a pretty strong signal in and of itself to whoever's listening or recording. So he would just keep them handy, but make sure that they're not picking up anything that he doesn't want heard.
Nice. Make a note of these kind of things that you steal, because if you find the right Mechanicus contact in future, you might actually be able to convert them around and then have bugs you yourself can plant.
I already have some.
Nice. Well, you might have more.
Yeah.
So you all have a moment to change. You can call Attikus if you want the additional information, or if you want to check in about anything, and then just nail down a rough game plan of what you're doing. Admittedly, you don't know what's coming up at this dinner, but you know you're going to a dinner of some kind to celebrate the beginning of this kind of governor competition. The governor games, whatever it's going to be called, you don't know.
Yeah, that's one thing I want to just clarify. I want to make sure that whether or not this is something that our team knows. This is the beginning of the electoral kind of process, or is this like coming up on a dinner like for the end where like they will have the new governor? Like, do we have a day, or do we have like, is this dinner kind of like kicking off the procession?
From what you know at this point, this would be not the like coronation dinner. This would be the beginning of this last stage of the process. That's kind of all you got from your briefing. You didn't have a ton of time. So again, you can call Attikus for more information, or you can roll forwards and kind of hope.
Okay. Yeah. So I think Seth would first want to talk with everyone, but then also like, in the back of his head, he's kind of already made up his mind that like we need more intel, but he wants to talk to everyone. Excuse me. So I guess once we're all settled, Seth will invite everyone to like his room. If there's anything you guys want to do separately or privately, we can see that as well first. But Seth would basically invite everyone to his room for a discussion, a briefing.
I was going to say, if everyone wants to quote unquote change, if you are changing into some kind of costume for this, why don't we do that now? And then we'll say there's the group meeting in Seth's room.
Yeah.
So we know what you dress like normally. You're welcome to still wear that as part of this party. There's not really a rule on like, this is how a rogue trader dresses. They kind of do what they want to do, and you're high level reps and have convinced them of that. So you'll have a little more leeway than if they thought you might be con men.
Yeah, I don't think Piper would change because I think it's she kind of wears like it's like her uniform as an astropath. And
Cool.
she's not hiding who she is here.
Yeah, and the Warden never changes. Wardens don't change.
Yeah, I think Olean would be an issue again, as usual, because especially if they have to eat dinner and sit somewhere for a long time, it's not going to work if she's just covering up all of that. So she'd probably be sorely convinced to just wear clothes, but she still would just wear a dress. She would just wear like a black dress. So.
Great. Will you wear your blue cloak as well, or are you just going like little black dress, fancy lady?
No, probably take the cloak as well so that she can just side eye from beneath the darkness, but
While still embraced by Fleur de Lis. You know?
exactly. Can't leave that behind.
I am going to get dressed up like a fancy fucker, but under my beloved coat. So I'm talking like, again, sticking with the Leo theme, King Louis, like full cravat, just full ruffles, got my Austin Powers going on, bright crimson shirt. But I'm trying, I think the kind of outfit that Nero would be comfortable in is one that is inherently kind of upsetting and discordant, because he doesn't actually have the chops to impersonate a royal beyond what he's been doing. So instead, I think he just puts on like a weirdly garish, clashing outfit that makes so little sense that it must be aristocratic somewhere. And the hope being that it's just so like, it's such a weird mishmash that no one's gonna be like, oh, you're from this sector. It's just like, like it's just going for that response where you kind of go, I can't respond to this. This is too unfortunate. Again, looking like he's so rich that it doesn't matter if he looks like a clown.
Nice.
So rich that he's like wearing brands that like people don't recognize. Like, well, I mean, must just be for rich folks.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Just be like, you don't know about Rarback? It's like Reebok, but rich. And everyone's like,
hell is super Gucci. Like, all right, it must be fancy.
It's like normal Gucci, but you pay more. And I love it.
Seth, are you going to change? What's your vibe going to be for this event? We've noted technically you're bad at dealing with fancy people.
Yeah.
Ruh-roh.
Yeah. I think though, either way, this is the cover they've established. So I think he's going to go in basically as sort of like a servant to Nero. So dressing, he'll have to put away the armor, his like enforcer light carapace. I think he'll keep the no, he won't keep the coat either, because the coat looks pretty shitty, like it's really, really weathered. So he'll open up one of the cases that were kind of brought in, that they brought down from the ship, and it's got like white gloves and like a nicely fit jacket and like trousers and shoes, kind of very, very plain, like he's not meant to be seen, so to speak, but also very presentable, so that if someone must cast their eye upon him, to request a drink or some other service, at least he'll look presentable, that kind of thing.
Nice. So I just want to make sure that I have the colors everyone is wearing in mind. We've got our Psyker and Bodyguard in black.
Yep.
We have black and blue for the lady. We have a crazy peacock. Is it a spread of colors, Tom, or is there something that's leaning towards in the design?
Well, so I'm still wearing my like dark gray coat over all of it, which I hope is sending the indication of like still a rogue trader, still here for business, still need to like, I'm still
business tough guy in there. Yeah.
Yeah. But under that, it's like full like flowing Austin Powers cravat, crushed red velvet jacket, and then we'll just say like bright blue pants, just really assaulting the eye. Or no, let's go with purple, like just a really loud purple. So just purple and red, together again. And I'll still wear my normal boots. Again, very much leaning towards the taking this as far as I can without in any way compromising my ability to run away.
Perfect.
And or stand and fight, but mostly run away.
And then the color for the outfit, black butler or brown? I'm trying to remember, Tyler. Sorry.
I didn't specify, so you're good. I think after something you mentioned that like red is kind of the generally accepted like imperial color. I think this is just a red, like head to toe, red jacket, red pants, that kind of thing with like white gloves.
Oh, cool. Nice.
Yeah.
There are a few of you who have disguised weapons. I know specifically there is a disassemblable gun that you could theoretically try to bring in with you, Nero, or there is the hidden truncheon of the sister. Would you be trying to bring those in under their guises, or would you be leaving them here for now?
Nero would...
Sorry, you're Seth, right?
Sorry. Yep.
Admittedly, he could
Let me
tell
tell you
Nero
what
what to do, and Nero
Nero
would
did
probably do it.
Sorry. Yeah.
And Seth, you
I-
might have something to conceal as well. I just want to give people
sorry,
options.
that's why I heard Nero. I was like, you must be talking about me. Oh, this is why, because I want to bring in neurotoxin. My neurotoxin.
Neurotoxin is
I
like
wanna
a
bring in
fine
some-
scotch.
So how is that? What is that kept in, Tyler?
Syringes.
Okay, and how do you disguise those syringes on yourself? Just because I don't know this. I hadn't planned for hidden syringes.
Excuse me. They are kind of, I think, on a holster under his like dress shirt that like sits like high on like across his chest, and basically with his jacket closed and done up, tight, like a butler wouldn't have like their jacket open or anything like that. So with the shirt and the jacket done up tight, you can't really see them kind of stored across his chest.
If somebody were to run a hand across them, could they feel them, or do you have a way of disguising that?
Nope. They could be discovered that way.
Okay, cool. Let's make a note that you have 2 boosts to avoid them being detected, but it won't actually affect somebody's detection roll. Like if somebody's patting you down, they can theoretically discover them.
Okay.
And then...
And I think Olean would definitely try to take hers and
Right.
it only be prevented if someone in the party stopped her. But hers just looks almost like a rosary. It's like a bunch of beads with like a ecclesiarchy symbol on the bottom. And she can hit people with it, but on a look, it just looks like jewelry. And she's just wearing it all around her waist, like it's the waist gatherer of this dress.
Nice.
I would definitely not take my actual stub revolver, but Ryan, I'm happy to roll for this, or just like give you some strain or something. I would love to have a like a Derringer or something of that ilk that is from our armory back aboard the Emperor's Hand, that is meant to be found. Like, this is the gun that I'm willing to lose. It is expected that I'll have a weapon on me, like probably like a knife in my boot and like a Derringer or like a small pistol. But really for Nero, he knows he's going to get searched very, like, someone's going to really give him the business. He looks like such an asshole that like there's no way they're not going to like rough him up a little bit. But B, he just needs people to not pay attention to his gauntlet. So he has to have enough shit on him that they're like, hey, don't bring these things in, and be like, okay. So yeah, if I could just have like a losable gun that from our armory, that would be ideal.
Sure. You know what? Let's call that a story point. But it will,
perfect.
But it will guarantee that if they find the gun, they will not find the gene printer. So like,
and if they don't, I can just cap a motherfucker. So either way, it's a win for old Tommy. But yeah, realistically, I just need. There's very few chances to just properly fuck with a rich person at events like this. One of them is when you're searching them, and one of them is when you're delivering their food and whatever you put in it. So like, I want to make sure I'm giving them ample opportunity to feel good about that.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect. So you're all kind of suited up in your appropriate outfits, just so I can remember.
Yeah, and obviously, like, Warden would have his weapon, yes? Like his hell pistol, being with an astropath?
I don't think Warden would ever surrender it. I think it probably gets taken from him at a number of places, but I don't think he like ever leaves home without it.
But also, like, realistically, he's a defense for everyone in the room. Like, I feel like it's one of those things where there's just weirdly like an extra, like you know, right now it's like wear a mask. Doesn't matter what like who you are, just like wear a mask. So no COVID. And I think in this case, it's like astropath is bad for everybody if they go nuts. So just like no one views, like it's almost like viewing him as like aside from us. Like he's not part of the party. He's just there for everyone's safety.
Yeah, and you're important enough you can probably try to sell that at the door. You might actually be able to get an armed warden in. Like you'll have to see, but there's that possibility. So you're all suited up. You meet in Seth's room. Seth, I feel like of the four of you has the shittiest room. I think this is just a given. He gets the smallest kind of servants' quarters version just because he's kind of a piece of shit and you all know it.
I'll whistle as I come in and be like, nice dig, Seth. This is very you.
Yeah, he has to use like the common room bathroom. He doesn't even have his own. The rest of you do, and there's like beautiful tubs.
I've got
his room
two.
has
I
one of the
just choose
maid's
not to
carts
live.
left in it for no reason. They just thought no one would know because no one would ever bring their own servant because they'd be too important.
I locked the shared bathroom door between our two rooms so that he can't get in.
You hear the knob jostle, and then just the sound of giving up.
Yeah, and then I return to the other bathroom that's attached to my room with a little smile on my face, spraying my step.
Yeah,
I like hotels.
Right. Everyone looks the part. Very good. Very good. If we're going to attend this dinner, we should get more information from Attikus. We don't know the customs of this world or how best to fit in. Now, we're going to get some leeway given that we are off-worlders in our cover. But if we want to abandon that or change it on the fly, we'll need to know certain things. Now, how do we wish to approach this dinner? What's the objective? Is it intel gathering? Is it assassination of all of the candidates? Is it
Olean perks up at that.
Yeah, I was gonna say camera pans to Olean.
yeah, like Seth knows these people. Yeah. Is it target acquisition? What is the goal tonight?
I think Nero will also like picking up what you're putting down around Olean, just kind of be like, well, I mean, obviously, you know, mass assassination is always on the table for, you know, the heretical non-believers. But given that the roots of the heresy are here, that the taint of Horus is present amongst these crowds, I do think it behooves us to kind of find out a little bit more about that before we start making moves. The new men are a problem, sure, but Fabius fucking Bile is a big problem, a very big problem. And I know we all like to feel safe. We all like to feel like the heresy's done, but it's here and it's happening. So I think we need to figure out who we actually need to focus on. Because at the end of the day, whether the system rises or falls doesn't really matter. If the heresy can regain a foothold here, that's the fucking problem. You mark my words, the second march on Terra will be worse than the first. And then I'll like kind of realize I just said that out loud and just kind of put my hand to my mouth and kind of sink back into a chair a little bit. Kind of like the nervous Kermit gif.
Right.
I feel like this isn't, you know, Nero's first outbreak for the rest of you about the fear of like a new heresy. However, I do feel like you are hearing more of these lately. Yeah. You probably hadn't heard many until there was the trip to his kind of school world and that mission. And after that, there's clearly something that's been shaken at his core. And none of you really know why. You haven't had a chance to sit down and talk about it. And clearly this is not that time. It was like that wrapped Hypnocask here.
Yeah. I was kind of imagining, Ryan, that it was like that, like Ventus Jump Avenue mission, pirate brain insertion mission where like he didn't like really that whole one was Piper. So I think there was a lot more time with all of us on the Emperor's Hand where like him being kind of cagey and useless was more concerning. And then Hypnocasks of that was just to give enough buffer zone between doing good, not doing good, like doing good, doing good.
Why don't we space out? I will say Olean's was the first mission. Then it was School World. Then we did Space Pirate, and the last one was the Infiltration, where you would probably be the most plans within conspiracies. Hypnotask here. So you've had time, and it's built, but both of those were really intense, so you didn't get a lot of like downtime to sit and chat about kind of thoughts or feelings. Sense. So more so than being horrified by the idea of ongoing heresy, which I feel like you all would have adjusted to having worked with the Inquisition, the fact that Nero's a little bit shaken is starting to kind of add up. Again, not here, but probably Olean, this might be something that you've taken on yourself as the person who like cares for the rest of the team. Like, oh, downtime might need to deal with Nero at some point.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
I also think I've quietly asked Olean multiple times, like weird religious questions that are brand new, kind of like, so hey, like he hears your prayers, right? Can you just make sure he knows we're doing this? Yeah, okay, great, thanks. And then just like wandering off into the night. So
yeah, and she would take that very, very seriously and legit be like up all night sometimes when they have extra time, being like, dear Lord Emperor, God of mankind, one of your sons is suffering. Please look out for him. Bless him.
Also ask him about the heresy. Through the door.
Also, please burn all the heretics. Amen.
Thank you.
So I like that we've established. The one question I have is, Piper, are you religious in the sense, because I think Seth clearly isn't, whereas Nero believes he is not allowed to be religious, but the religion is real. Like he don't pray, but he'd like to be prayed for. Where does Piper fall on the religion?
Piper is religious in the sense that she doesn't need faith because she is soul bonded to the Emperor and knows it is all true.
So would Piper be a person who prays, or does Piper just believe?
Piper knows.
Okay, so if the sister is holding, we could say like a weekly service for the Inquisitorial band, Piper would attend, but be like weirdly statements about what the Emperor believes, or
not that. I think it's more just like I think she just thinks that like, oh, they all believe, they all ask the Emperor. He obviously doesn't answer them directly, but their faith is important, and that's healthy for them. So there's a slight, I think she has a slight distance from them, but I think any ceremony that would go around, she would be very supportive of, because she understands how important it is for the Emperor to know how faithful everyone is to him.
So there's something kind of delightful to the idea of like, I'm an extension of it. So I'll show up and be kind of bored. Like, yeah, obviously, like, okay.
Yeah. Yes, of course. It's kind of, everything is like, yes. I think I just take as a given everything that they hope for and pray for.
Yeah, this gives us a nice collective vibe, but I think Olean explains a lot of her relationships where it's like Seth doesn't believe at all, Piper is supportive in a nice way, and Nero is like confused and asking questions.
Yeah. I think Olean especially would be like, she has basically given up on him at this point, but still tries every once in a while, like a terrible religious person, to be like, maybe you should. And especially with this room, she's definitely going to look around and be like, having too rich of things is bad for your soul. So being in a place like this is wonderful penance. I'm jealous.
I think Seth says to no one in particular, and everyone, all of is like I have shit in better rooms than you have ever seen in your entire lives.
And Warden just silently picks up the Voxcaster and just puts it on the table between all of you and turns it to the ship level.
Seth like hits the button, like he's like done with his, like punctuating like your entire lives, and just hits it to like the call for Attikus.
Yes, this is Attikus Flint. Can I help you? Inquisitorial band received from. What do you need?
Abby, has Seth ever shit in a better room than a high-class hotel, do you think?
I mean, before he was arrested for heresy, I'm pretty sure he stayed in many fine rooms alongside his father, that kind of thing.
All right. And I literally just punch you in the shoulder and say, looks like I owe you an absec.
Jostled and hair askew again, kind of have to slick it back. Every time Nero makes physical contact with Seth, it is jarring and jostling.
Oh, and look where you have gotten yourself now.
And Seth, keen to get on with the mission, kind of leaves that one and just says, right, Attikus, we need more information on the customs surrounding this gubernatorial process. There's a dinner tonight, not celebrating the coronation, but nearing the end of this process. What can we expect?
Yes. Here's the rules we're going to use for Attikus on these kind of calls. You get to ask him one big question, and then we'll roll die based on his pool. So, Tyler, because you're the person asking, I will have you roll. He will roll 1 green and 3 yellow, because he is a very knowledgeable fellow when it comes to just general knowledge. Also, in future, if you guys are doing research, one of you can kind of trade your skills and be like, I'll be the one to talk to Attikus, and then be able to kind of step into knowledge that you 4 might not have. I'm going to say do you want to know about the dinner specifically, or do you want to know about the general gubernatorial process?
Probably more beneficial to know about the general process, but how does that sound to everyone else?
Yeah,
Yeah,
totally.
you agree? Okay.
We can flunk our way through the dinner, but we need
hopefully
but I mean, to your earlier point that I think is absolutely true. If we at any point want to switch tactics, we need to know more about the customs of the world. Everything else, easy enough to just have Nero fumble through culture and have everyone else correct him. But beyond that, we're kind of pooched. So yeah, let's get more facts.
Cool. Let's say it is I'm going to say it's an average difficulty, just 2 purple. And I'm going to add 2 setback because things have been changed for this time around in ways that were not predicted and kind of sweeping. But I'll give you a boost because I think he's already been looking into this, so it's not requiring a deeper dive.
Okay.
The roll is more because it's what did he look up before this call. It's not like you can sit on this call for a while.
Yeah. Rolling. Wow. All those dice, just 1 success is the result. Everything else got canceled out.
Okay. Here's what I know about the process. So there's a former governor, and then during the alignment, they basically settled for, traditionally these things are a patrilineal line, just the father, and then the eldest son becomes the governor. It continues. However, it appears that the Cologne family, their line is failing. Also, it's spelled colon. I think they're trying to keep it fancy, but it's Cologne is how they officially pronounce it. It appears that because they're failing, they've actually spread out and opened up a new idea, which is the merit adoption, which is they essentially have chosen, each house has put forward a champion who is going to compete to be the adopted heir and then take over after the next. It looks like you've got about 3 days after this. So there's going to be 3 big events. From what I can see from the betting pools that are going on, from the live feeds that I can get from around this hive and from the other planets, it looks like the first day, which is tomorrow, is going to be gladiatorial combat from some group of champions for each representative. The second day is some kind of heist, a competitive heist. Maybe everyone's stealing the same thing and they're releasing teams at the same time. That's my best guess. And then the third day is some kind of race, only it appears that each faction is able to send a team of, they're using the term bodyguards, but it seems like they may just be able to kill the other runners. I'm not sure. There's a champion from each of the houses who are the merit adoptees that are coming in. And then technically, the governor's son, Graswald Cologne, is also competing, but their house is basically in ruin and they have no money. So everyone knows he can't win. Even if he wins all 4 competitions, they'll end up choosing someone else because he can't keep the system running. So he's kind of a technicality at this point. The dinner tonight seems to just be a chance for everyone to look fancy in front of each other and seem important. There's going to be some kind of speech from each of the three of them that'll likely be brief. It's more useful for all of you, my guess would be to A, see who you're dealing with. B, you could try to get a gene sample, perhaps, from Graswald Cologne and see if he's who he's supposed to be. And if you need to make connections, we need baselines for the other three houses for you to be able to print their genes. There's kind of two options you might be able to play with from what I could see of the world setup. There are the Adeptus Arbites. They probably got some kind of genetic line for the families. Again, you really only need the family line to be able to prove they're a relative. If Fabius Bile made them, they're probably going to show up as barely human. Or there is the Magos Biologist of the Adeptus Mechanicus. He should be attending, actually. He's known as Second Magos Ignatius Ironforth. He is the second in command for all of the Mechanicus on what is it? Inanus Umbra. He'll probably be at the dinner, and I'll be surprised, but the Arbites are probably attending as well. I would not be surprised if you're looking at the Marshal is Valda Decimus, and the Vice Marshal is Chastener Bo-Katan. So you might be able to either make friends with the Arbites or the Mechanicus to get yourselves some baseline genetics for the other house leaders. As you know, you've got the Rosettes. You could always say, hey, we're the Inquisition, but that's kind of a card you can't unplay. So be careful who you do that with. It's kind of the law of diminishing returns when we don't actually have an army.
Right. Very good, then. So, reconnaissance tonight, then. And he'll look pointedly at Olean and say, no killing. As best can be managed.
Well, if I need to step in, then I will. But we'll play our games for now.
Right.
Well, this conversation sounds like it's kind of moving beyond my expertise, so I think I'll let you guys go. If you need anything else, let me know. I'm going to keep looking into the system. And you hear his Vox disconnect from the distance, but your Vox is still on, and instead of going silent, you just hear a child's laughter filtering through it in that kind of haunting, off-balance way. And there are just echoes of laughter and then crying and then applause all kind of coming through the Vox. And you hear a chorus of voices just say, young Count Kornos, the one-eyed knight, the one-eyed knight, young Count Kornos, the one-eyed knight, creatures lunged for, darkness fight. And you just hear a scream and your Vox cast cuts out.
I was going to say it cuts out because of the bullet I put through it. I empty this tiny garbage revolver into that thing. The second we start to hear, I'll probably stay for one full chorus, but the gun was already out and trembling, but it was a real like, tell me I'm not a cop. I'm a cop. Tell me you're not a cop. I'm a cop kind of moment. And I will literally just blast this fucking thing, like both hands on the gun, kind of useless for aiming. But literally just blow it away. Unless anyone stops me. Cause also I'm not really going to be able to put up any fight here, but no, man, Nero's not down with that. He's not going to fuck with that.
Yeah. Olean will step in only after he's shot and like step next to him and put her hands like on his hands and kind of push the gun down so that he's not like aiming further into the room and be like, please, are you all right?
And I'll just turn and smile very brightly and just say, yeah, I am now, as you hear the continued click of my empty gun that I'm still like pulling the trigger on.
One works with the tools one has. A guiding maxim of Fabius Bile. You've just shot your own Voxcaster after spooky voices came out of it. There would have been a chance, ideally, to have a conversation about it immediately. However, a well-appointed, silver-encrusted butler knocks on your door and you are escorted immediately downstairs into a very fancy limo coach. You have officially reached the upper crust of business value here now that they know what is going on. So you're being driven without anybody hosting you this time. They've clearly called for the car rather than calling for a host. You've got free drinks. There's wine, there's Amasec, there's other various alcohols, along with sparkling water of some kind, probably locally. And I mean, the water would probably be the most expensive item on a world being terraformed. So that's in the fanciest bottle. Plush, like Grok's hide leather. It's like a lizard leather couches. It's very, very elaborate, this ride. And you're being swept through all of the security checkpoints towards the center of the Dominion Omnium Proto Hive with just hand waves. There are two kind of flags of the hive, little purple and gold. That's all kind of, you can see with the rate they're fluttering at the front, clearly a diplomatic vehicle. You do have a moment, however, now to chat about what the heck just happened over your recording if you want to.
Very cheerfully, I'll pour an Amasec for myself and one for Seth, and I'll be like, here's that one I owe you.
Smack it out of his hand. I say, what the hell was that?
And I'll respond,
Nero?
what the hell? These couches are not covered the way the others were, sir. You have just stained this. With like furtive, like glancing around, desperately trying to keep attention away from what you're actually asking.
You destroyed what is our only method of contact with Attikus. We know nothing else about this world. What is your damage, Nero?
Oh, that's funny. Okay. Well, listen, guy who got arrested for heresy that one time. When spooky children's voices start talking to you through anything, that means they can hear us too if they can talk to us. So no, we can't talk to Grandpa up on the ship anymore. And yes, I'm really sorry that you won't know how to, cross your T's and dot your I's anymore. But the Emperor damned heresy was talking to us through that cursed magic box. And my only regret is that I didn't ask Mina if she wanted to take a couple hits too. That's really my only regret here. And in fact, I think we're going to ask her to bless this mess when we get back there. So you know what? Maybe read a fucking book, because there's no way I'm fucking with chaos children through a Voxcaster. I'm pouring another drink, and then I'll just like throw it back and grab the bottle and start pouring another drink with very shaky hands.
Now, knowing Nero, has he reacted that way to like chaos or heresy before?
No, for a long time, it was like a very jovial kind of like, I've always imagined his upbringing is very, what people imagined going to World War I was going to be like. Like, isn't it great? We're off to fight the great evil. Like, it's good. We're going to go fight the great enemy. This is fantastic. But no, this level of this is new. I would say it's not out of line with what you've seen since the Operation Ventus Jump Avenue. But this is like, yeah, I'd say this is kind of unchanged. Also, like, this would fuck the stuff that would fuck up an operation hasn't really been his MO to this point. Ryan, I don't know if there's anything you want to tag onto that.
No, I think that makes sense on what their experience would be with you.
I think Olean would stay out of that conversation, but get up next to Piper and just kind of be like, Did you sense anything when that happened? Was there something that you saw?
I'm just going to see if there's anything I can use.
I would allow a perception roll if you don't have a power for that, Laura, because I think that would be
because this isn't
at any time.
I mean, because I like passively I can sense stuff that would be invisible, but I don't know that applies coming through a Voxcaster. Yeah, no, I think, that probably just a perception.
Yeah, perception. But if you've got boosts for using warp stuff, I think you could add those boosts, just because it sounds like the question is, did you get a chaos reading off of this in any way, shape, or form?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And you're the kind of person who can get a feeling off of a bug in a painting. So I think there's a chance for getting those kind of things through any recording of something corrupt.
Okay. So this is going to take me a check. These powers are so new to me. Man, I really don't have anything.
Why don't you do a regular perception check then? And we'll throw a boost on it because you were a warp person and you were trying to see if you felt anything warp related during that.
Yeah.
I will say it'll be difficulty. I'm going to say difficulty 4, just because I think you are trying to read whether or not the warp was involved in something that wasn't in the room.
Oh boy.
But you're not risking perils or anything with this. Like, there's no physical risk to you with this.
Okay. Oh boy. I gotta say, I wish I had better perception.
Do you have astropathy as a thing? You have that as a skill, right? We invented that for you.
So astropathy does exist, and it's what gives me my blessed sight.
Okay, if you want to roll an astropathy, I would allow that as well.
Oh, okay. So I can roll my telepathy?
Yeah, roll your telepathy. Because I think you'd be using your powers for this, because as opposed to like traditional perception, you're not like feeling around a cell. You know what's going on. Okay.
In that case, do you want me to upgrade then? I should upgrade one, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. And
again, it won't risk perils for this, but it could just be that you read the situation wrong. I want to be clear when you're risking your mind or soul with psychic powers as opposed to when you're looking around a room.
Okay, well, that's nice.
Looked into the room madness.
All right, rolling. Oh, 2 advantages and 6 failures.
I never fucking know which way it's going to go when you laugh at your die rolls. I never know. Oh,
it's
my
unpredictable
gosh.
with her.
I mean, luckily, failures don't trigger anything, but wow.
Don't say that. Don't say that.
No, I mean, like, in terms of, like, chaos shit.
I mean, Ryan will decide that. But.
Oh,
okay.
Gosh.
I ruled out... technically, this wouldn't even qualify for a peril because it's not despair or threat. It's
not despair or threat. Yeah.
I am going to say it is definitely chaos, and you are now afraid to use your powers at all in an active sense, not your passive, like looking around powers. But you have a strong suspicion that if you use any active psyker powers, the cult will locate you.
Okay. So I think I kind of jerk back, and just say, "Oh, they're okay, yeah." So, all like the chaos and shit is like super strong with these occultist freaks. So, I think I just I'll take a little step back. Because, and I kind of look toward and like, so you don't have to put me down. All right. Okay.
The Amersec is overflowing from the glass because I'm still just pouring, trembling, staring at you during this whole thing. Just kind of unmoving. Then I'll just slowly look back over to Seth.
Seth will gently take the bottle and turn it upright so it's not pouring so much anymore. And he will take like the tips of his fingers and dip it into your glass and just kind of like spray like flecks of it at you and say, "This is to explain away why you're acting so," and he really wants to cut you with this, just unprofessionally. This is to
my
explain
eye twitches.
Yeah. This is to explain your heretofore erratic behavior. You are a mercantile lord who has had too much Amersec to drink tonight. All right? And he looks at everyone else in the cab. If he gets out of line again, shooting someone because they don't kiss the Emperor's ass enough, he's drunk. Are we understood?
I could see a reaction on your face, Del, but what is Oleanne's reaction for those in the audio medium?
Okay, sure. I think up until this makes her take everything much more seriously. So she's very, where before she, got a little bit sassy with them. Now she's feeling very like, ooh, I really have to be on watch and on edge of everything. And she's also internally like, I'm going to have to do a lot of praying later. And and she also definitely wants to watch out for Nero. But as Seth said that, she just like shot him the most terrible glare, because even him joking about like, you guys are all crazy about the Emperor. She's like, you don't even know, you shithead.
And your limo ground car slams on its brakes as you pull up to the exterior of the Citadel. Tyler, do you have a D6?
Yep.
Can you roll that for me?
So I have to empty my dice tray of all the other non-dice related junk.
While he's rolling, I'll just say, like, Piper just kind of, before we get out, Piper just really wants to make clear. It's like, all right, just so you know, it's like, okay, I'm not going to do anything like use anything like access the immaterium, like do anything like that unless you really need it. But look, if you really need it, then cultists are going to find us. Okay. Everyone understood? I am not going to do anything. I'm like glaring at Warden. Like, okay.
Warden just gives one curt nod. That's all you get out of him. That's the equivalent of a monologue from anyone else.
Yep.
I place the now empty glass down in front of me. I have seemingly chugged this tumbler of liquor.
Okay. So it's not even a cover anymore. It's just fact that you're drunk.
Oh, no.
Yep, he's just going for method.
Tyler, what was your roll? 2.
Yeah.
You splash Amasek on yourself. You tried when the car suddenly stopped to pour it on Nero for realism, but it was a bit of a coin flip and you fucked it up. So your leg is now smelling like booze.
Okay, so he's downed half a glass, and the other one from the jostling just got splashed all over me, and I like, this is Seth right now. Just and he just gets out of the car.
I'll lean forward just before you do and like pat you on the cheek twice. Be like, who's professional now? And then I'll crawl out of the car.
So you all exit the ground car and find yourselves at the vaunted entrance to the central citadel of the Hive. It's several stories tall. It's wide. It's looking almost like Saruman's tower from Lord of the Rings, or like something Sauron-ish, like very dark stone around the edges. It's bladed. There are kind of there are gun turrets and other things throughout its length, along with balconies. It's clearly a combination of something meant to inspire kind of wealth and protection while also brutal domination, which is pretty appropriate for the leadership of any sort of imperial world. Standing outside your ground car is a large, very one would use the term corpulent to describe this fellow. Just a large, very broad man in red robes. He's wearing a great deal of gold along with his outfit. Like, he's wearing the equivalent of what would almost be military medals in a kind of a knockoff kind of way of gold. He's wearing gold chain. His robes are tied in with a gold belt. He's one of his eyes is larger than the other. I would compare him to almost an X-Men Toad looking fellow. Like, he clearly has a skin disorder of some kind. However, he holds himself with a great deal of dignity. It is odd for you to see somebody with these kind of maladies at this kind of rank. Traditionally, they would be able to get them treated. He may be keeping them as some kind of penance. They may not. They may be incurable. You don't know. But he says,
"Welcome. I am Pedes Fetidum, Tally Master of the Adeptus Mercantile. It is a pleasure to have the Clean Energy Collective here with us on this great day. You must be the one who is in charge. What is your name?"
He says to your clearly rogue tradery looking Nero.
And I'll just kind of look up, and now I've got, like, again, effortless blonde stringy hair, but kind of like hanging down over my eyes, so I look a little bit more brooding because I'm just soaked in liquor. And I'll just say, my name's Nero Forsyth. I'm the guild representative of the Clean Energy Coalition. It's very nice to make your acquaintance and to be here in your fine hive. Listen, you got you got somewhere we can get some more booze. My associate here spilt a bunch all over us in the car. He's not very professional. And, you know, we've had a long, stressful journey. This guy, and he like points at Warden, he's like, this guy in particular really needs to lighten the fuck up. So we're very honored to be here. And he'll just do the sloppiest bow he can. and kind of stumble a little bit and get back up and be like, so, yeah, bring on the good times.
I'm sorry to hear that your companions are not of high enough quality. With a contract of the value that you bring, we can replace them for you. Now, come with me and we'll bring you into this celebration, and perhaps I can find you better staff.
And he just turns and starts waddling. You get the sense that he is kind of so bulky that the hum you hear may be of some kind of grab suspensor to hold him up. The more you deal with this guy and the more you realize he's focused by money, you're beginning to realize that everything about him is a way to establish that he has incredible wealth. He can manage a disease instead of curing it. He can get bigger because he can afford things to move him around. He's wearing those medals. Maybe there are medals for the Adeptus Mercantile here for just making a ton of money. And if that were true, he's a war hero of the money wars. He walks you up the large kind of basalt steps to a guard position, just waiting outside the door. There are a few. They're dressed very fancily. What is there? Yeah, so they're in purple and gold. So you're seeing a lot of it's purple with gold epaulets and other items around it, looking very official. They've got gold helms with the traditional kind of Mohawk Roman style of purple feathers built into the top of them. And they just start searching you all out the gate. So Nero, they absolutely discover your Derringer. And Pettis looks to you and says,
yes, the ceremonial weapon, to show that you are intelligent enough to prove a threat, but also to surrender it. Excellent choice. It's good to know you've done your research.
Of course, my good man.
And then they will search the rest of you. Piper, you don't have anything, so that's really easy. Seth, would you try to distract them during this, or would you let them search you? They're working professionally enough, as you saw in Nero, that they will find the vials if you can't find a way around getting patted down.
Yeah, they seem pretty no nonsense, though. I think... I think he's going to try and talk his way out of it. Getting up these steps and looking sort of like left and right to like the corners of the building, are we kind of would he be able to freely walk like around the side if he were like dismissed, like if he were not searched and like not welcome to the front door? Would he be able to walk around the building, or is it basically like he'd be sent back the way he came?
This building is huge. Like think of it more as like a fortress size thing. You might be able to find another door, but this is the most heavily reinforced part of the Hive. Knowing that there are essentially civil wars going on in other planets where guilders are trying to take control, you get the feeling that this security might be more lax inside where fancy people are, but you doubt there's an unguarded entrance.
Okay, then I think he'll just have to let it happen and surrender the
can I offer a distraction that I think Nero would attempt, not knowing whether or not Seth would want to hand over his gear. I think the second the ghost starts searching you, Seth, I would just pull the dagger out of my boot and be like, oh, hey, sorry, does anybody want this one too? I had the ceremonial gun, but it's a rogue trader tradition to keep one. And basically I'm just trying to make a big, like, just disrupt, like let them get started enough so that they feel like they have fully searched you, but trying to break their flow.
Nice. Let's say, Seth, I'll let you roll the skullduggery on that one then.
Okay.
Which is just your ability to reposition your body while they're lightly distracted to make them think they've gone over your chest when they haven't. I will say it is difficulty. I'm going to say 3. I think that was a pretty good distraction. They're very capable, but it checks out. And Pettis is a big deal. You can tell even with the way the security's dealing with him. So they're kind of not entirely on the ball. I will give you a boost for the fact that that you've got the distraction from Nero. And you've got 2 boosts from the way that it's placed already, because this is you avoiding detection rather than them searching you. So
right, okay.
You got a chance.
I got a chance. A chance, a hope. 2 successes, 4 threats.
Ooh.
Let me check my little sheet of how to spend threat. Uno momento.
Dude, I'm going to tell you as a former GM of this game, just cash it in for a large novelty comb. Let the players get in with the rest of their weapons.
I think this comes down to just your personality style, Seth. I think you successfully hide the syringes. So they carry out the rest of their search, but the guy dealing with you reaches up and just taps the side of his helm. It's got they've got like the little cheek protectors that come forward to like bladed points, and at the end are little gems. And you realize that they're actually microphones built into those gems. So they've got a Vox uplink in their helmets. And he leans back and murmurs, and you can't make it out, but I feel like in your life, you've heard this kind of message a ton of times. The guards here don't like you. They think you're a problem. You smell like booze. You're with him, but you also read like you might be an assassin or somebody crooked. So it is going to be hard for you to do anything shady, because you get the feeling moving forwards, there's going to be someone you can't see watching you, or someone you can see. So trying to drop something in a drink might not be the cleanest thing without a big distraction now at this point. And I will say, let's see if the security finds this weird truncheon, because I think that's a lot of fun. What are the die rules for it being disguised again, Del?
I think it says setback die to hide or see. So setback die to see it, and a setback die for me to hide, or a boost for me to hide it. Yeah.
Great. Do you want to spend a story point to make this check harder?
No.
Okie dokie. Let's see what happens. 1 advantage, 2 failure is the roll for their search. So this security guard dealing with you takes a look at it, wraps it on his knuckles, and just goes, "Well made." Gives it to you, having confirmed that it won't break if you hit someone with it. But it seems like a nice religious piece of gear. So you've got that.
She'll just be like, "I always have the Emperor by my side wherever I go."
As it should be, as it should be. So, what about the man with the gun plugged into his armpit?
I think I kind of raise my hand and give it like a little finger wave.
Pettis, you're a man of means, I can see. Have you ever had a pet astropath?
I had 4 once, but they all died.
Right. Yeah. So you know they can be a real hassle. I mean, they're great. And then I'll like kind of lean in conspiratorially and just be like, and they make you look incredibly capable and wealthy, right? We need this one so we can get our contracts. You know how like the prom market's up and down. We need to be able to communicate as fast as possible. But if she goes all like, we gotta be able to put her down, right? So that guy, I mean, like if you got a guy, that's fine, but he's our exploding caller, and I gotta tell you, he's better because I've seen an astropath survive that shit, and I'd recommend you let him have it. Honestly, he's just as inclined to shoot me as he would be you or anyone else in there. Like he doesn't give a shit about us; he only gives a shit about her. And quite frankly, I feel safer knowing that if anything goes bad, pow pow, astropath to splat.
Well, I understand your interest, and going with an employee instead of a caller does suggest something more expensive, which I have great respect for.
It is so expensive.
However, I cannot allow someone with a hell pistol in the same room with the 3 merit adoptees and our sacred governor. Perhaps I could claim his pistol to return to you in the name of the Adeptus Mercantile, but we could allow him his sword. That way, should your astropath step out of hand, he could stab her in the heart or the brain or chop off her head.
I appreciate, you clearly did. And 4 astropaths, no less. You really put some thought into this. I respect
to
that.
Feed them more than I thought.
It is more than you'd think, isn't it?
I'm kind of leaning out, like kind of behind Nero to the side, just giving like a thumbs up. Like, I know what it's all about.
She seems cheerful. If you decide that you're tired of her, I would be happy to bring her into my menagerie.
That's good. That's good to know. That's good to know. I'll let you know. I gotta, and then I'll play a little bit of embarrassment. I'll be like, I had a harder time than you'd think finding a capable, cheerful astropath. You don't want to travel around with those dour, like the horrors of the warp and the void. Yeah, you don't want that. So I'm kind of attached to her at this point, but we'll talk. Hey, Mr. Failsafe. And at this point, there's a little like the first like hint of the character dropping, which is just kind of like, will Warden give us a gun?
Warden, under these circumstances, will obey because he gets to keep a weapon. So he just reaches up, and you hear kind of the winding down sound as he unplugs his hell pistol from his torso. And he'll hand it. I think he'll hand it to you, Nero, and you can give it to Perez. He would struggle, I think, emotionally to hand his weapon over that to like a stranger.
I understand. I will do my best. Rich people pointing guns at protesters thing where I just like look like I don't know how to handle it at all.
God.
Like I'm just really bad, but try to look a little bit cool and then like flip it around. Swing it around a little bit and like hold it badly and then flip it around. Be like, these things are so cool, right? And then I'll just put it into his hand, like hilt forward, like I grip forward, just literally like if he wanted to shoot me, if he had something to plug it into, he could. And then I'll give him a thumbs up.
Yes, death is fascinating and entertaining. Come with me.
And he just turns and you guys walk through the front doors. They open. There's kind of servants dressed a little bit strippery on the scale of servants. It's clearly to show off how like fit and handsome they all are. Male, female, there's the full range of presentation spread throughout the servant body, but just kind of an X of gold straps over their chests and then just kind of like purple, I'd say trousers, probably realistically some pants and boots. They need to be able to functionally work.
So like the Chippendale equivalent of the X-Men. So just like gold X's and then, great.
Yeah. And then tube tops for anyone who should so desire to not go nips out.
Gotcha.
You're escorted through a number of hallways. They're full of bustling kind of cherubim flying around, which are servitors made out of children with wings that kind of just float and are considered as decorative as they are functional. There are servo skulls buzzing around. You see a number of different servants and security members until you're brought out into a large arched ballroom. It's made of stone around the edges. It's large enough that it can hold several hundred people, and currently it does. It is packed. You're seeing a lot of standing tables that are around probably belly button height on most of you, kind of where you can stand and have a cocktail, but without having to have any sort of formal seating arrangement at this point. There's a large stage, traditional proscenium, only it raises to a point at the top, and that kind of everything is a Gothic religious symbol kind of way. There are gargoyles and space marines as statues alternating throughout the space. And you're actually seeing the space marine statues built into the walls are all aiming their bolters at the neighboring gargoyles, who all have kind of sculpted bullet wounds and blood sprays pouring off of them, as though this is kind of a ballroom to imperial victory. And as always, there are giant Aquilas spread around, equidistant between the pillars that kind of line the space. There are no pillars in the center. It's literally like a big, for ourselves, like a gymnasium kind of feel, only it's stone, vaunted, very, very fancy. Everyone you're seeing in here is looking noble as shit. It is clear that there are a lot of red-robed servants that you're spotting from the Mechanicus, from the other various organizations, but they're all highly decorated. You're not looking at simple robes. They're gold spun hems, various decorations around them. And the nobles that you're seeing are actually in 3 different colors of dress that you're seeing pretty codified. They seem to be in equal numbers. There are about a third in black, a third in blue, and a third in green. Their methods of dress vary wildly. It's clear that personal taste and wealth are still a big factor here. They lean towards, honestly, Austin Powers meets the Star Wars Imperial Navy. Like, it's like from goofy Austin Powers to like very kind of military airs. Most parties falling somewhere around the middle, which is like, form-fitted, very tailored, but with some ridiculous cravats or like 3 Musketeers style hats. The dresses tend towards the same thing. It seems like it's a very unisex wear. You're seeing like men in dresses as well as women and those who present in kind of non-binary ways. It's clearly a big kind of diverse group. The things you do notice are that those dressed in black tend to have black hair and very pale skin. They also almost universally are wearing either sunshades or some kind of darkly tinted goggles that are hiding their eyes, even though it's not overly bright in this chamber. It's lit there are some standing torches near the tables themselves, and then kind of halogen lights around the edge. It's got the feel that they're aiming for old castle, but accepting the fact that they're Newcastle. Those in blue seem to be mainly red-headed. Seems to be the most common. There, as in all these groups, there are always exceptions to these. But if you're looking for the general stereotype, you're seeing a lot of red-headed, kind of freckled people in blue, and those in green tend to be approaching linebackers. Like, they're just bigger, broader. They tend to be taller. Those seem to be the approximate vibes of each of the three groups. Not that you know terribly much about them, but you can spot that even just looking at the crowd. Petter says, drinks, yes, let's get them brought over here. And he just claps his big hands 3 times. And a bustle of these kind of like stripper servants run over and set up a table right in front of you and a bar right next to it. And he's like,
What can I serve any of you, our most important guests?
What's the best local flavor? I imagine you must have something wonderful here, given the mercantile capabilities you're demonstrating. I feel like you got to know the best stuff, right?
Yes. We would like a silver shot with a prom back for this whole party, please.
And one of the servers steps forward. She's kind of like a very capable, kind of burly woman, and pours out 4, like, you're looking at kind of rocks glasses, and into each of them is clearly a silver liquid. It appears that it's had, if you had to guess, some kind of coin has almost been melted down and infused into the liquor itself. And then small shot glasses are dumped into them, Irish car bomb style, with promethium sitting in them, the fuel itself, which they then light. So the drink catches fire and burns out until it's got a smoky flavor. There's one for each of you. Not for Warden, because he doesn't have a mouth. And one for Pedez.
Piper just raised her hand. She's like, I'm sorry, do you want my mind weaker to let the chaos in? Is that what you're all going for? Can I just get a water?
Slide it to me and say, yeah, I guess we can afford it, right?
Just get a water.
Yeah.
So this is not like an extravagant request.
Yeah.
Oh, you allow your astropath water. You are rich.
And they like take out a little gold encased bottle and just pour a shot glass full of water and give it to the astropath, because clearly there's big budgets, but not for the help. So you all get to kind of down your shot. Pettis says,
to future profits
and future prosperity. And I'll clink both the glasses against his, and then just like glower at Seth as I very slowly put both of them back. And then I'll,
in like as the character of your servant, will just like bow his head to you, deferentially, and graciously sip from his drink.
Olean is just going to hold hers and stand there. And she's particularly standing close to Nero. Like, I think normally she would be with Warden, hanging out near him. But she is basically just waiting for Nero to trip and then be able to catch him. Like, that is her job right now.
You're basically just like a walking fainting couch. Like, next time I get the vapors, like, you just get,
Yeah.
the drink tastes like gasoline. It's clearly it's like gasoline mixed with oil. You do manage to choke it down. You can tell it's got the burn of something with an incredibly high alcohol content, but apparently you wonder if you're going to throw up, and then you don't. So clearly they have further refined the fuel in some way so that it's not just like, oh, I drank gasoline and now I'm fucked. So you are standing there, and right then there's a big musical fanfare, mainly trumpets. That seems to be a thing. There's also something that sounds like a mix between a trumpet and a kazoo that you're not entirely sure of, echoing through the hall, and all of the hundreds of people present turn to the stage in rousing applause. I think Pettis joins in, and he's like,
oh, here's the governor, we'll talk now, that's the governor's music.
And there's this creaking sound, and just a wheelchair is pushed out by one of the security people in their full uniform and rolled to the front, and a microphone rises. One of those old-fashioned, like 1920s mics that looks kind of shitty, just rises out of the floor of the stage. And for the first time, you see the governor of this world. Pettis leans over and says,
yes, this is Rancid Cologne. He is our governor. as a force of power in the Imperium.
And when you look in this wheelchair, you see some power of the Imperium. From the neck down, sitting in this wheelchair, Rancid is shirtless. He's wearing gold pants and black combat boots. And from the neck down, he's built like Schwarzenegger in like the early 2000s. Like he's an older guy, but he's still super muscly and like very clearly in good, powerful, kind of domineering shape. It's when you look at Rancid from the neck up that you realize rejuvenate treatments can only go so far, because his face is very sunken. His eyes are bland. He's drooling. His head is kind of drifted to the side.
Wow.
You all know that in the Imperium, the more wealthy you are and the more access you have to kind of magos biologists, rejuvenate treatments, your life can be extended hundreds, possibly thousands of years. The body is doing great, but apparently the brain work has started to kind of fry out on Rancid, because the microphone is there and he just goes, at which point there's another fanfare. It's the same notes in a minor key, and it's a little bit shorter. And then just staggering out from the wings is a slightly taller, very fit, he's wearing a purple, almost pirate coat a la Tim Curry in The Muppet Treasure Island. He's shirtless underneath it, and he's just wearing like boy shorts that are bright gold. The celebrity comparison would be a shaven-headed Matt Damon, just sauntering out with a spotlight on him. And he's like, I'm so happy to be here. And he wanders out and just wheels Rancid to the left. And he says, hello, everyone. You know, it's me. Graswald, or as you prefer to call me, Gassy Cologne, your beloved heir. It's so wonderful to have you here for the alignment. It's so wonderful we're naming a new governor. I can't wait for it all to happen, and whatever. The important thing is we can all get drunk, everyone will look great, and at the end of all of this, I get to move into a new house. So, I don't know, everyone, the servants are coming around, and he just points, and you just see organized lines of servants coming in with silver trays with covers on them. And he says, all right, everyone, take off the covers, show them what we've got. And they take off the covers, and revealed are just fully loaded and charged las pistols are covering all of these trays, just stacks of weapons. He says, everyone take one before dinner. You'll have to kill something. And at this point, the crowd gets a little nervous and everybody's taking weapons and charging them. You're offered a tray full of weapons. You see everyone start to eye each other a little awkwardly, as now everyone in this room is getting armed and clearly they don't all get along. A servant approaches and offers each of you a las pistol.
I take the last pistol and shoot the servant.
Oh, wow. That is...
and then just two of the military guys immediately march up from the sides, rifles drawn, and start yelling, get on the ground, get on the ground, get on the ground. Be helpful and go kill something, will you? Fabius Bile to a junior officer while organizing the defense of Belial 4. Seth, you have just shot a servant with a last pistol off of a tray. They have fallen dead. The security is screaming, get down, get down. And another security officer in a flying tackle throws you to the ground, and they roughly shackle your hands behind your body. However, from the stage, you hear Gazi Cologne go, wait, what happened? Who did what? And the crowd has fallen silent and all taken a step back from your group. And Pettis turns to the stage and says,
Well, there was a servant who was shot.
was he shot by someone important?
It was someone who works for someone important.
And I'll step forward and just intercede, and I guess whisper to Pettis. I'll be like, I'm sorry, on my world, I don't do much of the shooting. I kind of make him do it. So it was by my hand. And I'll just wave to the stage and kind of stand behind him with arms crossed happily.
It was on behalf of someone important. This man is worth a great deal of money looking to buy prom.
Well, can he afford to pay for the dead person?
Yes.
All right, then he can pay for them and take a finger off of the offender. Chain him, collar him, put him on a leash. And everyone else, just to be clear, no killing the servants. I said kill something. Go out into the yard where there's things to kill. You know, Delectamenti Mortem. It's the classics. Have fun. Fuck off. And then he just like blows a raspberry, and Gazzy staggers over to a bar on the stage that has been wheeled out and starts getting drunk, just leaving Rancid just drooling in his wheelchair in the middle of the stage, completely forgotten. He has a history of human rights abuses. Fuck him too. You don't have to feel bad. It's 40K. Remember, he built this house and raised this son. The guards holding him down. You see, Pettis turns to you, Nero, and just says,
All right, so for the servant, it's going to be 100,000 thrones. They do a significant markup here.
You do have account set aside for the Clean Energy Collective. You would have organized that with Attikus. You are the Inquisition as a strike team. What I'll say is this makes a significant dent in the money you had set aside for the spending on this mission, so you can't just kind of bribe your way to glory at all times. You're still not tapped out. You have the ability to do some bribes and other things.
Sure.
But that's what Pettis says to you.
Yeah, I'll nod and say, yeah, that's entirely fair. I understand, and I'm sorry. He's very enthusiastic. Dumb as a sack of rocks, but enthusiastic. Listen, I feel terrible about this. This is clearly a big faux pas. And I mean, I appreciate that justice will be served here in a very, very reasonable way, considering we just, shot one of your people. How about this? I feel so bad. I'm happy to give you the 100,000 now in cash, if that's easier, if you just want to deal in cash. But I'd also be happy as we are, people of business, successful business, to knock 150,000 off our deal. Like let's maybe swing it that way. Even more money, but we'll just make it part of the transaction to really show how much penance we feel. Both financially and also in terms of honoring y'all and your society. So we'll add an extra 150,000 onto our purchase price of the prom. Does that work for you, or do you want some dirty money?
Somehow, collectively, all of you see dollar signs roll up in Pettis's eyes. This man is completely driven by it, and 50,000 bonus thrones for no effort on his part is a clear win. Also, it helps that you rolled so high in convincing his flunky with your contracts. It checks out enough that he's sure this sale is going to happen.
Nice. Oh, yes, that's very reasonable, very reasonable.
And he just produces a data slate, Tom, that you can sign, essentially guaranteeing the addition to the additional contract. Let's get you to initial that.
Yeah.
All right. Down on the floor, Seth, you were being very roughly manhandled. They have taken your last pistol away. They have shackled your hands in front of you and slapped one of the explosive collars on you that they use for the psychers. However, this one has a metal leash coming off of it that extends about 6 feet. And at the end is just a little handhold with a big red button on the thumb, which is clearly the trigger for it. And the security officer just offers it to Mina. You're the closest. So Sister Mina gets, and he's like, so are you going to look after him?
Oh, it is my duty as always.
Great. If you let this leash go, he blows up. So just make sure you keep it in your hand. You're going to be fine. And then Pettis says, oh, yes, and we have to get to the punishment. And one of the guards goes, oh, right. And he just takes out a knife, and Seth, he grabs your left hand and just cuts off your left pinky, just kind of with a thumb, paring it off your hand.
Yeah.
Take one wound. You can't soak this one. This one you just have to deal with.
That would make sense. I'm not going to be I'll tough it out. Yeah.
You just tuck it into your armor, and you're like, okay, cut now.
Yeah.
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 And the guard will pick up the last pistol that you shot the servant with and use its red hot barrel to cauterize the wound. Oof. So you're not actively bleeding as you walk around. At which point the guards, two of the guards are clearly angry because the servant was involved. And the last one, who's the one who cauterized your wound, looks at Pettis and the money that clearly is coming from Nero and looks at you, Seth, and just says, have a nice day, I guess. And he leaves knowing his station is kind of well below where the rest of you are at. The back doors to this ballroom have opened, and you see they actually open out into a large garden area where the rest of the crowd has been filtering out to, while giving you a large collection of dirty looks. You are getting dirty looks from everyone for having committed a random homicide, but the dirtiest looks your party is getting are actually from the people wearing green, because the only colors present in your party are blue and black. So there will be assumptions made based on that. And the Greens do not care for it. If you follow the crowd out, which, I mean, Pettis would kind of gesture you that way, and there's not a whole lot of opportunities to stay. You start getting walked out into this garden area. It's actually on the 4th floor of the Citadel, so it's well above the city level. The Citadel is on a raised section to begin with. So if you wanted to walk around a garden in your own Citadel, no one could snipe you from any of the neighboring buildings, other than maybe the PDF Bastion, but it's a stretch away. To be clear, this is a large city. Think like, for the Canadians among us, Toronto, including the GTA, or think any of the major American cities. Like, it's a population of at least 1 million or more spread throughout this area. It's a very big, very large kind of center, clearly placed over the largest kind of prom reserves and within the best shipping zones at the equatorial kind of center of the planet. From space, you can see it's less terraformed towards the poles because they're really focusing on the areas where people could live and where the reserves are. The garden is gorgeous. It has got trees and bushes that have been shaped into various kind of animals and other imperial figures. There are flower gardens. There's a ton of walkways. It's clearly designed to have hundreds of people in it. And changes have been made for this event. You can see that there are a large number of birds that are kind of wandering around the ground or have been fenced in from above. There's actually a giant net preventing things from leaving. And you start to see the nobles out there with last pistols all shooting random birds, or there are kind of like smaller animals running around on the ground that are mammalian. Over in the corner, there's clearly a pen of groks, which you would all recognize, which are the 40k cow equivalent, only they're giant, terrifying lizards. So think of like a buffalo with a Komodo dragon kind of layered over it spiritually. Those are in a pen where they clearly have tougher weapons for people who want to go throw down with the groks. And then over on the left side, you can actually see a lineup of about 10 orange-clad prisoners that are chained and collared against the wall, looking very, very nervous. Over in that direction, you can see a number of kind of teenagers, for lack of a better term, but like young nobles who are all kind of psyching each other up and pointing at them, but nobody has done anything. Pettis is hovering over your collective group's shoulder. You come out and he says,
"Ah, yes. Unfortunately for the mistaken side, this is the Delectamenti Mortem. It is a classic tradition amongst the hives of the Artis worlds. Everyone present must kill something. That becomes part of the feast to follow, for we all feast upon the death we have given," which is why he said everyone had to kill something, not someone else in the party, as your confused friend committed that murder. No one will be allowed back into the hallway until they have themselves killed something for dinner. So don't kill the other guests, but you have the options of, there are the prisoners over in the wall for those of you who have more daring tastes. There are the birds flying about. There are the small mammals and rodents. And for those of you feeling brave, there are the groks over on that side. Please wander about, kill your thing, but try to be efficient. Everyone wants to eat.
And you're seeing a lot of the crowd is, at the moment they've killed something, a servant dashes over and picks it up in their livery and kind of runs it in through a side door around the hallway. And once people have done that, they're welcome to go back into the main hall. So clearly you can go do more schmoozing there once you've picked out the thing you want to murder. What do? You have been left to your own devices. You have last pistols. Mina, you have Seth on his explosive leash. You can give that to another member of the party should you so wish. Seth has already made his kill, so Seth does not need to kill anything.
I'll lean over as soon as we have kind of a second to Seth and just say, how's the hand?
Seth is like shaking and sweating and panting just from the intense trauma of having your finger taken off. He doesn't have a response for you currently. You'll have to kind of just look him up and down to get an idea. He's racked with pain.
Okay, cool.
Olean, who will still be holding his leash, she also still has the drink in her other hand, so she's just gonna give it to Seth because she feels like he has suffered for his mistake.
The drink you're giving him?
Yeah.
Okay. He'll down that in like one big gulp.
Another taste of fuel and oil and the burn of alcohol. But Seth, you're feeling it. It's not a bad way. Like, I think the booze is just doing that little kind of a warm, you're a little loose as much as you can be, missing a finger with an explosive collar and shackles.
Yeah.
I mean, Piper just looks over to the prisoners. Is there anyone standing near them?
No, they're clearly not being supervised. They're just there for if somebody wants to get hardcore. You don't know the terms of their sentence. You could probably, like, Pettis is wandering around clearly looking for something that's big enough that he would feel okay, like feel good about it, but not, going over to fight a Grox. For those of you who are looking more in that direction, you can actually see they have like a power sword, a power axe, and a power fist if people want to get into a Grox pen to try to take one down for the meal. Otherwise, it's kind of, he seems to be looking for something, predatory. You get the feeling Pettis needs to like do his social duty and is like, okay, there's got to be the equivalent of like a lynx or like something like that where he's like, okay, it's scary, but I can eat it. So you could go ask him for more questions.
I just have a simple question for Pettis. So I think I would just kind of beckon him over.
Oh, yes. Sorry, I was looking for a Grix cat.
All right. Just quick question. These prisoners, is there any chance that they'll be released, or are they just going to be a drain on society forever?
Well, I mean, they're going to be a drain on society.
All right, and then all right, thank you, and I just kind of gesture to Warden, like, all right, you can take one for me since I obviously can't have a weapon.
Interesting question. You technically do need to kill something for the dinner to work, so you could use this.
And he reaches into his pocket and he just takes out a shiv. It's like a little tiny fancy dinner knife that's about 3 inches long. Like the blade's super short, as much a letter opener as a knife. And he's like,
I think it's okay if he has a sword for you to use that for a moment. So go ahead.
And I take it and I just casually walk up to.
Oh, please don't do this. Please. You don't need to. I'm not a bad guy.
Yeah, but you're a drain on society. We can't have that. And she just shivs him.
I have children. I have so many children. And he just keeps stabbing him and then he's dead.
Yeah, you should have thought about that.
You look back to like gesture Warden towards one of them. Warden has just already killed a bird. Just like sword up, bird dead. Kind of there.
Pettis is like, whoa. I have to admit, my astropaths weren't blood hungry at all. They just kept saying, I'm hungry and thirsty, and then they died, so.
She said, well, to be clear, I'm not blood hungry. I'm just doing literally a service to your fine city.
You are a party of surprising heartiness. Interesting. I will take back my blade. Thank you. I have to go find that Grix cat.
You give them a taste of water. Next thing you know, they want a little taste of blood. It's fine. We got it under control. Good luck with your Grix cat hunt. I believe in you. You're going to do great.
Like you all know I grew up. Like you weren't worth anything. You just died, right?
Where did you grow up?
I didn't have a name. I don't know what you call them, death worlds?
Oh, like a jungle planet.
Jungle, fire, whatever.
Interesting. Then you were lucky to have found your gift. To be given even 15 more years of life would be a gift if you normally die when you're 5.
You're not wrong.
Can I roll a perception to see if I see a Grix cat somewhere?
Yes, absolutely. I will say difficulty 2. This is not designed to actually hide the creatures, but there's
totally
harder than the other stuff because
there's just a lot of people around. I get it. All right, so that's perception and cunning. Also experiencing new sheets. Difficulty 2, and 1 moment. Yeah,
as you're all talking and as this is going on, you are hearing random gunshots and like animals dying around the event.
All right, cool. I get 1 success and 1 advantage So I assume I spot one.
I would say, yeah, you spot one, and it's still enough you can point it out. And I'll even say, with the advantage, Pettis can get his kill.
Great. I'll just nudge him in quietly, in very much like I know that this needs to look like it's all you. I'll just nudge him and give a little nod. In a night at the Roxbury, like, hey, let's go hit on this person aggressively and then get shot down kind of way. And then just kind of turn away to let him do it so it doesn't look like I'm helping.
Great. Now I'll check his shooting skill. Oh, just shoots, blasts the fucking Grix cat right in the face. Like it just, bam, Grix cat's got no head. And he says,
Excellent. I did a good job, thank you. Now, shall we find you a Grix cat as well, perhaps? They taste most succulent.
I mean, yeah, that sounds. Look, you didn't steer me wrong on that tasty prawn bevy. So yeah, let's do it. And I'll turn to Oleanne and say, you can fend for yourself, I assume.
She's just going to give a slow nod, and she's going to wait for Piper to come back so she can hand off Seth so his head doesn't explode.
Successfully handed off, I think we can say, as Nero goes off with Pettis to find his Grix cat.
Yeah, and Oleanne's definitely going. She's just going to try and kill one of the cows. She sees a power sword, and she's like, I need to work out some of this aggression. Some of this internal turmoil needs to just, it'll make her feel better.
So you can fight a Grox with a power sword, a power axe, or a power fist.
I think a power sword is probably
this is the best game of rock, paper, scissors I think I've ever heard.
You are one of probably only 3 people to try this. The other 2 are both clad in green, and they're both kind of the biggest, tankiest looking, clearly gen-hanced individuals. So people notice this from the crowd. The Groxes are not a super popular option amongst the various things you can shoot because there are a lot of zero risk options. So, sorry, you said power fist?
Power sword.
Power sword, great. I'm just confirming the stats here so I can tell you. What's your brawn right now?
5.
5, great. So the damage on your power blade or power sword is 11 is your base damage with a crit of 2.
Nice.
And because it has breach 2, I'm going to say that you actually have pierce of 4 because I think breach should double in terms of stabbiness. So you, oh man, I got to find this Grok stat.
I'm doing it.
I mean,
I think another. I think another reason she's like doing this is because of the major fuck up that she realizes like this would probably look good to the team. Would probably give us some leg up, so have to help. Like,
so you are allowed into this central pen where they're going to release a Grox into basically a small kind of arena. It's only probably 50 feet by 50 feet. It's got a bit of a crowd forming because the crowd that we're all drifting in, having killed their like stupid birds or rats or whatever, are all kind of pausing because they want to see this strange new person go to war with the Grox. So you have a moment to prepare. I'm going to put you at the beginning of the initiative order for this just because I think a Grox is coming out not tactically. You are going to get the drop on it as they kind of 2 little Mechanicus servants just extend servo arms well beyond their limit from where they're safe and just yank out the divider, and a Grox snorting and growling as saliva drips from its long fangs lunges into the arena, but not necessarily at you. They're not the most brilliant thing. It's just a pissed off animal. What do you do?
Oh, she's just going to take the sword in her one hand, stride forward, and just Stabbington it.
Great. Let's go with a melee light.
Okay.
It has 0 defense. So it'll be difficulty 2 because it is the base for a melee attack. Oh, nope. It'll be difficulty 1 because it is so large that it is several silhouettes beyond yours, meaning it's like trying to hit a barn door with a sword.
Okay.
It's good odds of connecting. Let's see what happens.
Okay. think I've got this right. It's my.
Do you want to use any story points, or is there anything anyone else wants to add?
Should I use a story point? It's a little ridiculous, but
I mean, I feel like your argument that this is you trying to like earn us some cred and like really show well in the eyes of those in green. It was the ones in green who were in the pit with, or in the pen as well, right? Like
they'd also gone up and fought Grox, yeah.
So I mean, to my mind, given that we're working from a severe disadvantage, I think a story point's very reasonable here. Like it's not life or death, but it is.
Yeah.
Well, this could be social life or death because there's the
Use
social
that
combat as well.
story point.
okay, I'm
Plus-
taking a story point.
You really got to work some shit out, and I feel like that just jacks
It's
you
in
up
there.
a little bit more. You know.
It's definitely in there. All right. So I've got 1 green, 4 yellow, 1 purple. We're gonna roll.
Yep, that feels right. I'm going to be
Cool.
honest. You're ambushing a Grox in a pen. You have
Okay.
all the advantages.
I got 3 successes, 4 advantages, 1 triumph. So that's,
Hey!
Yeah, it's like my
14 damage plus
14
a triumph. 15 damage.
And isn't your crit too?
Yes. 4
So you
advantages.
score like 3. Here's the deal. Normally, I would still play this out because Grox have a lot of wounds, but that adds up to like 4 crits. So I think what I'm going to say is you can kill it in 1 round, but it's going to be bloody, and you need to tell us how it happens.
Oh, definitely. Definitely. So she just, 1 sword strike comes down, and she hesitates for a moment after that, like waiting, like, is it going to attack again? And then it just doesn't seem to, because it's just a penned animal. And so she's just like shaking her head, and she lifts the sword again, and she's like, "Emperor, guide my blade." And she just slashes through it.
Yeah, and the
then
crowd's just hearing like just bellowing Grox as you're hacking away.
Yep. She's like, "You are all part of the plan too. Thank you for your service." And she's just hacking away at it, and the blood is just spattering everywhere, like all over her coat, all over her dress. She doesn't care. It's all over her face. It's like she doesn't even flinch as just blood splashes across her.
I think Piper, where you're standing watching this, you're just hearing the crowd around you be like, "These new people are fucked up." Like it's just between the prisoner, the servant murder, and this Grok slaughter.
Meanwhile, like Laura agrees, Piper is indifferent.
Yeah.
But once she's done with that, she will just she will stab the sword into the ground and like take a knee and do a tiny prayer, like, "Thank you, Emperor, for providing." And then she will basically take part of her coat and wipe her face off a little bit, and then walk on back to where Seth is. And then she'll be like, "I also got dinner for you, apparently."
I think you're the only blood-stained person leaving the food area. Nero, can you roll me, I would say, either perception or ranged light? I don't think Grix cats are that hard to take out. So one would be a roll to see if you can find it to hunt it, and the other would be shooting it.
Right. And I'm sorry, I was just getting my dice roller up. The pool for that again?
For a Grix cat, I would say realistically you're short range, so to just be 1 difficulty against.
Okay.
I will say I will add 2 setback, just because I think with the sheer number of murders going on, they're getting smarter about hiding.
Yeah. Well, it would also make sense that if like Pettis, as a man of taste who wants to shoot a fancy cat for dinner, is likely like that's probably not an uncommon game hunter philosophy from these assholes, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, that makes sense. Okay, cool. So ranged light.
Yep.
And I'm going to sneeze as part of my strategy here. And then Ryan, if I could spend I guess we're wandering around to find it, so I likely can't spend a maneuver to aim.
Oh no, I'd give you an aim maneuver.
Okay,
I think
great.
that's reasonable.
So
I will upgrade the difficulty by 1 though, just because I think I want to put a little spice in there.
All right, so you're spending story point to upgrade to red.
Yeah, I'll give you 1 red die.
Dope.
Cool.
And then by I'm a crack shot, so I reduce my setback by 1, and I add a boost for aiming.
All right, so you've got 2.
So currently I've got 3 yellow, 1 red, 1 blue, 1 black.
Yes.
1 success. World's
Great.
greatest dice pool. 1 success.
You successfully kill a Grix cat. So you've both bagged those. You're part of the last group kind of to enter back simply because you went for 2 of the higher quality game, as well as battling a Grox. So you're escorted back inside. The ballroom has been redecorated at this point. Instead of the standing tables, there are long kind of think Harry Potter-esque tables that people can sit at for a more formal meal kind of setup. However, they are broken up into chunks where you'll see that each table is about 14 or 15 people as opposed to like a 200-person table. Pettis comes back and finds you and kind of leads you towards the front of the hall, clearly more important towards that kind of, there's a front kind of host table as you would expect at a roast or any sort of royal setup, where there are a number of the highest ranking Imperial citizens. You feel if you'd been the most impressive guests they'd ever had, you might have cleared that table. However, you are at one of the tables closest to the front. They're the 3 tables for the houses, clearly marked in their blue, black, and green. You have been invited to sit at a table with top-ranking Imperial servants. Those probably, you would guess, the seconds to the people who are up at the very top. So Pettis is sitting at the head of your table towards the front, and he gets a chance. They've kind of dispersed your party around the other seats. However, they've put Mina and Seth together, or at least 2 of the chairs. I guess it's Piper, Seth, and Warden would all theoretically be seated together. Why don't we give Seth's collar to Warden? That feels like a way that it'll free you guys up to do what you're going to do. So Warden and Seth get to sit kind of at the end of the table as the bad boys. Alongside you at the table, Pettis kind of does the quick introductions.
He's like, Excellency, we have our new guests here, and allow me to introduce you to some of the figures that you will be sitting alongside for a fantastic meal this evening. There is the Whisperer of the Adeptus Administratum. His name is Trombonius.
And you just see this little hunched figure whose entire hands are soaked in ink inside his robes, which are kind of ink stained as well. He's got splashes of it on his face that, looking at it, they may be tattooed. You feel like that's his whole purpose. He's even got notes and 2 servitors with kind of books and scrolls of vellum that he can make notes in. The Whisperer, I think on this world, you just be aware, these are always the number 2s. There's like the head of the organization, and these are the number 2s kind of around the table. And he's like,
This over here is the second Magos, as he's known, the Magos biologist Ignatius Ironforth.
Then you see Ignatius. Ignatius actually hovers off the ground before he sits. He's got anti-grav generators and suspensors built into what looks like a skirt almost under his robes. So his robes go to the floor, but his body ends at the torso. And then there are what look like, for lack of a better term, but like pickle jar sized steel containers in a ring around him. And he's just floating. You can see a haze of air that kind of holds him up. His torso is pretty mechanical, though his arms seem relatively human, except for his hands, which have been replaced. And his face has been heavily altered into kind of a machine form, but he still has human eyes. And jarringly, he still has like human lips, teeth, and a tongue. So when he talks, he still sounds like a person. And so there's him, and he's like, it's nice to meet y'all. And then there
is Chastener Bo-Katan, who is the Vice Marshal of the Adeptus Arbites.
Chastener Bo-Katan is in full Arbites gear. He's removed his helmet, and his shotgun is strapped across his back, but he is still fully armed. This is probably actually a good sign for you all, because no one should be able to get a member of the Arbites to surrender their gear at any point. They are one of their tasks is to kill planetary governors if they turn. So the governor can't be like, you got to hand in your gun. That's not allowed.
Oh, seems fair. Oh no, he's batty now. Oh
yeah. Chastener, short black hair, cropped pretty tight to his head. He's got, for lack of a better term, I would say he's built like a cartoon Bruce Wayne. Like if you think of the old Batman animated series, that's a pretty good comp for Chastener Bo-Katan inside his armor. He just gives you all a nod.
Then there is also a chief astropath of the world, known simply as KB. I don't know the entire meaning of his name, but he is known as KB.
And he's just hanging out, living
Piper
that.
says, hello, gives like a friendly wave.
Yeah, I think. And then lastly,
and there is the first officer of the System Defense Fleet. This is Vulcan Zigamer.
And there's just a man standing with him. He's wearing like white navy uniform. It's clearly the dress uniform with some different kind of medals and signs of rank, gold epaulets. It's very fitted and tailored. He's tall and very lean. He's got kind of the traditional imperial aristocrat look. He's tall and lean enough you don't know if he was actually born outside of atmosphere. Like he could be from a family that's got a history of naval service, but you're not entirely sure. So the seating order, instead of laying out a whole table, I think I'll just tell you kind of who you're each seated closest to. We will say, Piper, you're seated closest to KB, so you can have astropath conversations, which is fun. Seth, you will be seated closest to, I think, to Chastener Bo-Katan, the Adeptus Arbites, as much to police your possible behavior as anything else. Nero, we will put you next to the Adeptus Mechanicus, so you're next to Ignatius Ironforth. And then another member comes up to join your table. It is an older gentleman on the shorter side, but still very kind of spry and energetic, wearing ecclesiastical robes. And Pettis says,
"Oh yes, I didn't know if you would be joining us. This is known as the first preacher, missionary Vicar Estevez."
And kind of the missionary just pulls out his chair and sits down very jauntily, quite pleased to be here. And he's like, "All right, so when are we going to sit down and have a meal?" At which point, I would imagine, sister, you would want to sit with the missionary. That feels like your vibe. So two of you are sitting.
Feels like home.
Two of you are sitting with mission critical targets, which will be Nero with Ignatius Ironforth and Seth with Chastener Bo-Katan. The other two of you are sitting with people that I think would be of most interest to you.
Yeah.
But before the conversations can begin, there is a sounding of trumpets. This is just kind of 3 notes. You just get ba ba ba, and lights come up on the stage, and Graswald saunters back out in the same outfit. Only he's reversed the colors, so his coat is now gold and his boy shorts are purple. Just that bald Matt Damon looking guy, and he's like, "All right, so it's time for all of us to get the speeches from the merit adoptees. Come on out!" And they tromp out the figures that you're expecting. Kind of 3 microphones that rise from the floor. First, so I mean, you all know them, and you all love them. The first one to speak is going to be Roberto Vance. And he just gestures over to the side. So you realize at this point that House Vance is the black-robed, pale, kind of goggled house. Roberto is a very large man. He's got black hair that's running slightly below his shoulders, kind of hanging down. He's in like a fitted tuxedo with a vest, but underneath the vest, there's no actual shirt. He is built in a size that you would think probably have only seen if you'd seen an Ogren, or if I don't think any of you would have, but the idea of how a Space Marine is built. Like he's probably 6'7", just very broad, probably 300 pounds. He's built like, for us, a professional wrestler, like just a very big presence in that way. Let me just find the voice in my brain as I go through this flurry of new characters. Right, so my name's Roberto Vance, and it's nice to be here. So, one thing I want you all to know is House Vance is strong, and we know the dark. And at the end of this, we're going to bring you all into the light, because we know prom. We're diggers. We're miners. We make the holes that we bring out the prom. We bring back the fortune. And if anyone messes with our house, I swear by the Emperor, you'll end up in one of the holes we would have loved to take you out of. So just know, we can bring you out of the dark, or we can walk you into it. House Vance. Graswald's like, all right, that was great. Then there is also... I can never remember these names. They were only adopted last week. This isn't my fault. Krungus Marcus of House Marcus. Krungus is in green and is even bigger than the other candidates, in the same way that, generally speaking, the people you've seen in green are bigger than the other nobles. So almost 7.5 feet tall, burly, over muscled to that like too many steroids in one person kind of way. He's got a mohawk and several piercings in his jaw and ears. And he is dressed basically in pants, and the rest of him is just almost like tattoos of various imperial phrases, various oaths. You can actually see business contracts have been tattooed onto him as though that was more permanent than other forms of records. And he flexes as he steps up to his mic, clearly playing into that bulk that he's got. My name is Krongus Marcus, and I'm here. We're going to build a future. We're going to build it on the back of House Marcus. Everyone else is around with their puny digging holes. Or what about hope for the future? Nothing will get you there without the strength of House Marcus. If you got a problem with us, fuck you. If you like us, maybe we fuck you, am I right? Yeah, it's going to be good. House Marcus forever. So... well, that was it. There's like, yeah, everybody just gets the round of applause basically from their own table and just cold nothing from the rest of the room.
I mean, Dumbledore's going to give all the points to fucking House Marcus later anyway. So what's the point?
Yeah.
Why even cheer for our own houses?
The Imperial servants around you seem to give the same half-assed applause to every house because they're aware one of these will become the governor. So they're ready to kind of deal with the fallout as they have to, but they're clearly not leaning one way or the other. Graswald steps up to his mic, which I think he's just stepping a half a step back and stepping up again grandly every time, as though he's desperate to pull focus. He's like, yes, that was great. Great. We're getting a lot of strong representation from strong people. And then last, the representative of House Bane, it's Lucia Bane. Lucia steps forwards. Lucia is as kind of broad and tall as Roberto Vance. She is dressed also in the same kind of suit that you would expect now to see from the three candidates. They're all kind of in the same formal, one could say, business attire. But also she's doing the vest and actually has the sleeves of a jacket, only they cross in a belt in the front and the back of her vest. So there's really strong shoulders. You can see she is just as well muscled as the others. Clearly, all three of them have been gen-enhanced and kind of souped up by the Magos biologists of this world. And she steps over to the mic. She's the only one who seems to actually be in any way, for lack of a better term, presidential compared to the other two leaders, just like raising a glass and raising a hand. So I'm here to represent House Bane and a future that I believe we can all move towards. There are those of us who are strong, and there are those of us who dig holes and create the word. And I believe we actually have to move forward together. I'm hoping that we can unite these houses and build a grand future so that there can be a future not just for our industry, but for our people in this system and beyond to the next. And her table cheers uproariously, and the other two tables just fucking boo. Like, it is just a whole crowd of fuck this lady is what's going on. There's not a lot of fans going on. It devolves into a shouting match on stage. Graswald cuts their mics. Then Graswald sends security out to separate them before they start a fist fight. They're hauled off, and Graswald's like, yes, so dinner will be here in a minute. Make friends, and don't like your enemies. I don't really care. No one's got guns anymore, so fuck you, eat soon. And he just staggers back over to the bar that they've now wheeled several feet closer to him because he doesn't seem as solid on his feet as he was the first time he talked. And he is just pounding back drinks where he's standing. Again, he is clearly as gen-enhanced as the others. He just seems to treat himself vastly worse. So with the speech is done, everyone's kind of sitting down. There's an order, like a round of drinks that are served, and each of you has a chance to kind of chat with your seatmate. So I'd love to hear how those conversations go before the dinner is served. I'd say each of you has time to have kind of a brief chat with whoever your contact or seatmate is.
Olean will, for the dinner, she's going to take off the coat, the cloak, but like keep it so you can't see the inside. But so when she's seated, it's like a haze of red around her face and like stained here, but the rest of her dress is fine. So she looks a little worse for wear, but...
So are you the one that killed that Grox in the name of the Emperor?
She sits a little taller and she's like, yes, I am. Why don't you tell me about how things are going with the ecclesiarchy in this area?
Well,
I'm a visitor.
Well, it's a pleasure to have you here. Not enough people pray after they commit homicide here, and I feel like that's a big missing thing from the general ecclesiarchy. So obviously, my name's Vicar Exteve. So I'm aware the name Vicar seems a bit ironic for an imperial servant, but sometimes the Emperor just knows what he wants. So I've held on to my name Missionary. I've ran around since a couple of different systems. I'm actually a visitor myself. I've only been here about a year or two. I'll move on eventually, but I accidentally got promoted, so I feel like I can do some good work. But so up top, and he just points to the main table, and he's like, there's our deacon, Talon Seth. He's an intense fellow. Seems more interested in the politics and a lot of the screaming about burning things than he is about helping the average person, which is why I've agreed to stay on. But what brings you here? I understand you're part of the whole prom thing, but you seem like someone a bit more holy than, let's say, the drunk man or the murderer.
She just looks very put upon for a moment, and like she's gathering herself, and she says, "Man, I gotta remember what they said it was called." Here,
the Clean Energy.
Yeah,
Collective?
that's what I would say. I got it. She's like, I am but a humble servant of the Clean Energy Front. She says, very, very put upon, and then she's like, can I ask you a question?
Absolutely. And he gets quiet and leans in too, because he's fine with this.
Yeah. And she's like, have you ever found yourself surrounded by people who are just so grating? Is there a prayer you could offer me to get through this trying time?
Well, I mean, first, and he just raises a hand and slowly points at everyone at all the other tables, and then the whole front table, and then he points like 3 times at the deacon, and he's like, yes. Second, I think every time you can hunt through that mess to find someone that you believe is of value, someone that you can find a core belonging with, or someone that you can save, helping them is your prayer. Also, you seem like a holy person and I like you. The group you're supposed to have joined is called the Clean Energy Collective, not the Clean Energy Front. But your secret's safe with me because you seem like a good one.
She's going to sigh and just, oh, you are quite right. But I'm glad that you understand and we can have an accord.
You seem like you might be in a bit of a rough place in terms of your friends and the sheer amount of murder I've seen going on. And he just slides out a little like prayer wafer. And on the back of it, you can see in a script, I would say it's probably written in High Gothic, which I feel like you would be someone who could engage with from the church times.
Yep.
It is the written form of a series of numbers that are clearly a Vox code that will let you call him personally in a way that will get you around other channels. And he's
Give
like,
me them deets.
yeah, there may be a time where you need someone to help you stay, let's say, on the right path. And I'm happy to do that. You seem, again, like a good one.
Mm-hmm. We all need pious friends in these desperate times. I thank you greatly.
Now, with the two of us, let's try to say a fanciful enough grace to cover about all 500 people in this room.
Oh, they're going to need it. Yes.
And I think you two share like one of those rows of prayer beads and both start going through some Ave Imperators in the hope you can at least try to clear enough of the Bile to not have this entirely be blasphemous.
A+.
Nero, you get a chance to talk to Ignatius Ironforth, who is sitting with you.
Yeah, so he seemed pretty jolly in his introduction to us, so I'll kind of match that tone, I think. That said, I was full body clenched when all of them were introduced because I'm aware that one of them is involved in heresy, and that's a real bummer for me. So kind of shakily turning back to him, I'll say, second Magos Ignatius Ironforth, it's a real pleasure to get to make your acquaintance.
Well, and it's a pleasure to meet you too. I'm a big fan of everything Prometheum. I mean, I treasure my title of Magos Biologist more so than being second Magos. Not that I don't love, fabricator biologist Cathane. I mean, love, great employer, but yeah, I kind of prefer my Magos time.
Yeah, that I totally get that. I really do. I understand. Okay, can you tell me a bit about that? So you work in, and you'll forgive me that the terms escape me somewhat, and I'll take like an overly obvious sip of my drink, both to cover my nervousness about the possible new man in the room, and also to kind of continue the drunk ploy, which is less and less a ploy and more just where Nero is.
The Magos nods and sips a glass of Amasek himself, but then spits it back into the glass. You get the sense that he can taste things, but he probably has a different system for actually eating.
So tell me about by your Magos bio what?
Yes, I'm a Magos biologist. What this means is I can enhance and study the human form. So I do a certain amount of gen enhancement. As you've looked around at the nobles, you can see many of them are tall.
Wow. Is that your work? Did you do them?
I don't do all of them, but I do, consult and deal with most of the highest cases, the highest noble families, their relatives. That's my specialty.
Well, hey, that's fascinating. Back where I've come from, people who look like me, we were the best. We were the best. There were back where I'm from. So we'd work out and we'd go for runs and we'd we invented this thing called CrossFit. I'll tell you about it once we're done eating, or maybe now. I don't know. We'll get to it. But we would work really, really hard, the best we could, to make our bodies as awesome as they could be. But I look at these guys. These are things of beauty. You've honestly, I wish I could show the people back home. You seem to have done incredible work. What do you look for in a human body you're looking to transform in such an incredible way?
Well, I mean, the big key for me is just, is it a human body? Because other than that, I'm here to fix problems, not kind of build upon strengths. Nobody here needs to work out. That's so backwards. I can just reprogram your genetic sequence and build some synth muscle in there, and then I extend your bones. It's very painful, but I mean, at the end, you can go from, Krungus was kind of tiny to begin with, but Krungus, look at that. Look at that. That was 2 years' work, but it paid off.
Well, look, let me ask you a question. I obviously, I don't... I am but a simple rogue trader, so you'll forgive me if clearly from a backward planet. I think human bodies, as I understand it, they're all different. They all have different, challenges and things. You must have to keep a pretty close eye on the genetics of each of these people you're working with, right? To make sure you're not accidentally introducing something wild, like some outlier into their system. They'll just, kablam, What's that like?
Oh, absolutely. We have to stay within human norm. We're not looking for any trouble with the Inquisition. We're not trying to put any Xenos in there. There's a certain amount of abhuman you can play within, and then you got to, know your limit and play within it. That's what we always say at the Magos Biologists. So that's a big key. So yeah, we have to take their genetics to begin with so that we have a nice, strong baseline where if the Inquisition shows up, we're like, here's where they started, here's where they are. Please don't kill me.
Wow, that is incredible.
Now, obviously, we keep those things safe. We can't just go handing out people's genetic sequences. Then you can do targeted viruses. It's a whole security mess.
For sure. And I mean, look, I got to tell you, as someone who deals in space travel and trade, the possibility of an inquisitorial audit hangs heavy. It's the vibroblade over all of our heads. I get that. Listen, I know there's a lot going on right now with the whole gubernatorial race and all that. And it's very exciting. We're thrilled to be here. And honestly, I'm very excited about this prom deal I'm working on. But I got to tell you, I am feeling very, very inferior looking at these hard bodies, and no amount of CrossFit will help me reach that level. You think I could book a consultation with you, sometime over the next couple of days? I just really love for you to, see what's available, see what my options are, because I really think I could be better than I am.
Ironforth looks at you for a moment and kind of cocks his head and seems like looks you up and down with his human eyes. And then he glances over to Pettis, and Pettis, who's sitting at the head of the table, just like with a drink in each hand, like one of those liter beer steins each. He's just pounding the back, and he looks over and he just clinks them together and gives Ironforth a nod and then goes back to chugging. So Ironforth turns back to you and he's like, well, I think I've got an opening tonight. After the dinner, we could maybe do your original sequence, get an idea of what we
that'd be great.
Fabulous. All right, so I guess let's let's keep drinking our drinks, am I right? And he takes a big sip of his drink and spits it back into his cup disgustingly.
And I'll say, honestly, Ignatius, I really feel like we're on the same page. And I'll clink his drink and I'll take, with mine, I'll take a big sip. And then I'm also going to spit mine back into my glass in kind of a camaraderie way, but also now knowing that I'm like legit on the job later, no matter how spooked I am. I'm also drunk enough now that the concern for everything is there, but muted. So I'm like, cool, it's this level and no deeper. Unless needed. So I'll just continue to make idle chat with him pleasantly, I think. And honestly, admittedly, like Nero does find this weird branch fascinating. So it's not having to do a lot of work for this. This is legitimately an area he would want to know more about.
Great. And I think, so you get, after you spit out the drink, you feel like he gives like a weird ha, 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 and you realize his laughter might be fucked up. He could talk normally, but he clearly didn't nail the laugh. Mm-hmm. But he definitely is starting to like consider you a friend. So I feel like this conversation did well for you.
Great.
Piper, you're chatting with KB, the chief astropath of the world.
Mm-hmm.
How do you introduce yourself?
I think it's kind of just like putting out my hand and be like, hello, I'm Piper. I'm an astropath too, in case you didn't know. You probably knew that. I mean, you're the chief here, right?
I'm KB. It's nice to meet you. I love sending messages and receiving them.
Oh, hey, I do that too. I really enjoy it.
Oh, nice to meet another. What did the Emperor look like to you? To me, he was a big ball of light like the sun.
It's exactly like that. Yes, me too. Like a big like column of light, but like a sun. And it was like, it was like awing. And I was just, I mean, overcome so much that like I was blinded.
So what's it like being sent out among the stars? Because I have to live here with the people on the ground.
Well, I mean, my first posting was like pretty much in the void at like a relay station, where the other astropath I was supposed to take over for just refused to die. So I like haven't actually been able to do much. This is kind of, like I've been kind of out here for not too long, like really only in like the past year.
I did not know death was optional. I shall choose to live.
Well, I mean, like, I think he was going to die. And then I think I like came along and he was like, oh no, like I'm not gonna die. I'm like, no, I still have like worth. And I'm like, well, I mean, that's good for you. But like, now what the hell am I supposed to do? It's like a freaking relay station out in nowhere. Do you know how many messages get sent through relay stations out in the middle of nowhere?
4?
About that.
Interesting.
So I have to say, like, being out, I'm like sending a lot more messages, receiving a lot more messages. It's like, get to do my thing, get to serve the Emperor.
Do you want to know a secret I only tell other astropaths?
Well, of course. And she leans in.
Everyone here just thinks I'm named KB, but what it really stands for is Killer Burrito, because whenever I would eat those in the astropathy choir, my farts would be killer.
Wait, did you name yourself, or did the rest of the choir name you?
A little bit of column A, a little bit of column B, but look where I am now, KB, and no one knows but you and me, and every other astropath I've met.
That's honestly quite delightful. I think that's something that a lot of astropaths don't get. Like, they don't get the joy in our work.
No, because it kills you. But I mean, it's got its ups and downs. What's your secret that you can only tell me?
I mean, I don't have many secrets. Well,
there's a lie.
Well, yeah, that's very apt. Okay, no, I do have one that I can tell you though. Like, okay, so you can't tell anyone else, but I don't know, maybe you've had the same thing. Like, I tried to just like do a little like check on like how's the immaterium feeling like around here, because it's kind of nice to get a baseline before you do anything like big. Yeah, and it was really kind of freaky and got me a little bit scared, and I'm like, whoa, I better step back from this.
What did you sense?
I'm not really sure. There seemed to be something, and I kind of dropped my voice. I'm like, heretical.
Like That's very vague. Describe the feeling. You and I both know we can talk in feelings because we're astropaths.
Well, the feeling I was kind of getting like, and Ryan, like you can change this if you want.
No, you'll be fine.
Okay. I mean, I was kind of getting the feeling of like an old threat that's been like renewed, like really old, like heresy old.
And you realize he's on one of those like old man thinking loops. And you're like, Well, I didn't get that, but I like you. I'm going to call you Piper. He nicknames you your own name because he's old enough that he realized he didn't know anything else other than Piper. Wait, what's your last name?
Fairly.
All right, I'm going to nickname you PF. I'm KB and you're PF. We'll be friends.
That's...
Or enemies. Up to you. You sense things I don't sense, and that's weird.
No. Friends. Always friends.
We'll see. Let's drink. You realize KB may be insane, but he's at least charming. Seth, you are shackled and collared and sitting next to an Adeptus Arbites vice marshal. How does this conversation go?
I think that's what Seth is thinking too. He's going to sit in silence for a minute and see if the Adeptus has any interest in speaking to, a prisoner and murderer. I'm assuming he doesn't, but Seth is going to wait to see if he starts anything. If not, Seth will try and grasp for something to speak to this guy about to get some information.
Yeah, I think Bo-Katan is sitting at the table, just ramrod straight with his arms folded in his lap, basically staring straight ahead. He's not participating in anything social.
Yeah. So I think after, downing another drink, Seth will say he'll raise his shackled hands and his cauterized finger and say, "That's some fine work your boys did earlier." Just show him his mangled hand.
They don't work for me. That's Spire Guard. If it was up to me, you'd have been dead.
Right. So the Spire Guard then, they work for who then? The golden boy up there?
They are under the command of House Cologne for as long as House Cologne is the planetary governor.
And then they shift over to whoever wins this race.
Just like every other citizen on the world, they are servants of the Emperor and whomever the Emperor deems should be in charge. Loyalty goes beyond anything else, all to the throne.
Right. I don't think I'm going to get much out of this guy. And Seth, made some really bold assumptions earlier and got everybody in trouble for it. So I think he's going to just I think he's just going to cool it. I don't think he's going to push it with this guy.
Bo-Katan is going to reach down to his pocket and just take out a box with a little kind of like thumb scanner on and say, "Put your thumb down here. I want to know who the fuck you are."
And what do I know about thumb scanners?
You know that he would have access to, theoretically, the Arbites database if your fingerprints have been stored anywhere. And you know your record has been theoretically expunged by the Inquisition, but you don't know how many open investigations exist on various worlds with your names attached to them. So you really don't want to put your thumb on this scanner.
Right, okay. Then I'll say, as a servant of my lord over there across the table, I am not permitted to do such things. Those of us that work under him, we are his things. You'll need his permission.
Oh, so you're one of those fucking lawyer types. Yeah, well, you're lucky you got pardoned by that goddamn governor. You step out of line again and I'll put you in a box so fast you'll die.
And Seth was kind of mathing out, what is he talking about? Put me in a box. I'll be alive when I'm in the box, but he'd do it so fast. That's what kills me.
I'm going to kill you before you get to jail.
He immediately knows not to ask these questions out loud. It was just kind of puzzling through it. That's not important.
People like you are exactly why I don't like going to these fucking dinners.
Oh, jeez.
Have you been to dinners like this before for these sorts of gubernatorial events? As I understand it, the Cologne House has reigned for quite some time.
Yeah, no, it's more celebrations and fucking promotions. Nobody's had to do this governor thing for a while. Things are going to be an absolute shitfest for 3 days. It's going to be hidden activities, fucking secret betrayals, breach of contract, homicide, espionage. I wish I could just put everyone in this room into a cell and shake them till they tell me the fucking truth.
And would you have the means to do that if it came down to it?
If we could prove that the governor and the heads of houses were all corrupt and plotting against the emperor, if the tithes fail, oh yeah, the shackles are waiting and fucking Bertha's ready to deal out some justice. And he just takes out his shotgun from off his back and just starts petting her. He's like, you're a good girl, Bertha. You love the emperor. No more talking. It's Bertha time.
Yeah,
He's clearly just focusing on his shotgun now. And he takes out stuff to like disassemble and clean his rifle. So he's just stuck in Weapon Town, leaving you sitting with Warden, who looks at you as though even Warden is disappointed with how this went. At which point you hear a barrage of music again. This is only a single note, just like, and the side doors open and just chains of servants come out, all of them carrying platters of various sizes, delivering them to all of the tables. You realize why there's so much room on your table. And it's because as the trays are delivered, they're very big for some of you, and they're revealed as they're laid down. So a tray is set in front of Perez and in front of Nero that are kind of the normal what you would expect for a dinner plate. When lifted up, it's clear that their headless Grix cats have been cleaned and prepared and delivered to them. You don't get a whole Grox, sister, but you do get a lot of Grox. I think, again, the missionary is thrilled because he basically pot-shotted the world's smallest bird, and his is like really disappointing. However, he will happily share with you. Warden gets his bird. It seems like the majority of people went with birds. And then the two largest platters are set in front of Seth and in front of Piper. And you can see the servants holding them are kind of horrified. And then they pull the tops off and reveal the dead, flensed, and cooked bodies of the people that you have murdered. And they hand everyone your knives and forks because the Delectamenti Mortem has begun, and you are expected to eat what you killed.
This episode of the Valentyne Heresy features Tom McGee at McGeeTD on Twitter as Interrogator Nero Abignale, Laura Elizabeth at EL Hamstring on Twitter as Piper Fairley, Tyler Hewitt at Tyler_Hewitt on Twitter as Seth Corbin, Del Borovic at Del Borovic on Twitter as Sister Olian Mina, and our Game Master Ryan LaPlante at The Ryan LaPlante on Twitter. This episode was edited and mixed by Laura Hamstra, and the Valentyne Heresy's show logo was created by Decapitated Markers at Decapitated Marker on Twitter, that's MRKR. Our theme song is The Hordes by Megan McDuffie, and our ads use the tracks No Control and Chiefs by Jazzar, JAHZZAR, provided by freemusicarchive.org. When it comes to Dum-Dums and Dice, you can visit our website at dumdumdice.com. Our Twitter and Instagram are at dumdumdice, and on Facebook at facebook.com/dumdumdice. We have merchandise available at redbubble.com/people/dumdumdice, and most importantly, you can join our Patreon at patreon.com/dumdumdice. That's DUMBDICE. Ave Imperator, and death to all the heretics.
Dum-Dums and Dice has to give a special thank you to the supreme beings of our Patreon at this time: Christian Menicola, Long, the Half-Blind Prophet, James Cuellar, Charles Grams, Christopher Little, Sue One, George Dolby, One True Artistry, Orion Birchfield, Lord of Bradovic, Noel Lewis, Scott Garland, Anthony Griffin, Chet Awesome Laser, Jordan Neesmith, Benjamin V, Gavin and Abby McDonald, Taryn Hefner, Cade Peters, Richard Cranium, Christian Mendez, Anna Zed, Eric Williams, Logan, Fire Unfriendly, Great Dane, Acrix, Cameron Ezel, Grandma Likes D&D, and Jill and Noel LaPlante. If you want your name to be added to this list, you can join our Patreon too at patreon.com/dumbdumbdice. Thanks to them, and a little bit of thanks to you.